Chapter 411. 1 against 4. Arrogant, ignorant. Li Lingtian snorted coldly. His expression was calm, and there was no change in his expression. His war god array had been destroyed, and he was extremely unhappy. After saying that, he waved his hand at Longda, who was behind him. Longda's body flashed and turned into a true dragon, charging towards Xueqi. In the air, a shocking dragon energy erupted. The appearance of the dragon energy immediately collided with the demonic energy. These two auras did not belong to humans. Moreover, these two auras were the most domineering auras. Li Lingtian had instructed Long Da that his duty was to protect Huangfu Yuyan and the rest. As long as their safety was not threatened, he should not make a move. Even if the war god was destroyed, he would not intervene. However, when it threatened Li Lingtian and Huangfu Yuyan, he would intervene and kill them all. Now that Li Lingtian had given the signal, he naturally had to take the lead. The terrifying dragon energy soared into the sky and continuously tore apart the demonic energy on the war god. In the end, it was all expelled from the war god. Although demonic chi was powerful, dragon chi was also shocking. In terms of strength, they really didn't know that demonic chi and dragon chi were more domineering. However, Longda's true dragon body was at level 5 of the 7th level, and his cultivation was equivalent to the 5th heaven of the martial emperor realm. However, with his true strength, he would not have any problem facing Xueqi, who was at the 6th heaven of the martial emperor realm. 7th rank, 5th rank transformed demonic beast. Xueqi, young master Nanling, and the others all saw through Long Dai's cultivation and were instantly shocked. In the past, the halo of the gorilla demon had drowned out Long Da, so they were all afraid of the gorilla demon and completely ignored him. He had only thought of Long Da as a level 1 7th order monster beast. However, he had never expected that in such a short time, this unknown Long Da had actually reached level 5 7th order. Moreover, his aura had become extremely pure. Compared to the two, it was completely different. Wipe him out, Li Lingtian said coldly. His body flashed as he unleashed the dragon energy from his body. The true dragon body barrier was activated, and the shocking dragon energy soared into the sky. Although the dragon chi was not weaker than Long Da's, its purity and power were not inferior to Long Da's. In fact, it was even more domineering than Long Da's dragon chi. This was the difference between giant dragon power and flying dragon power. Li Lingtian cultivated the true dragon body barrier and refined the dragon soul to become a true dragon. Naturally, he was more powerful than Long Da. He flew toward young Master Nanling. Young Master Nanling was at the 2nd heaven of martial emperor realm. He had killed him last time, but he had used the soul-shifting technique to escape. His current cultivation was comparable to that time. It was not difficult for him to deal with the 2nd-level martial monarch now. With Long Da holding Xueqi back, it would be easy for him to deal with a few 1st and 2nd heaven martial emperors. The wrath of the gods. With a light shout, the thunderclap wings appeared. His body disappeared strangely and reappeared. For the first time, he escaped the joint attack of 4 martial monarch realm experts. The thunderclap wings ignored the distance of space and teleported in space without any spatial fluctuations. His body strangely appeared in the sky above the 4 martial monarch realm experts. When he appeared and was discovered, a destructive heavenly might descended from the sky. Rumble boomed a rumble that crackled. Endless thunder and lightning struck down. Within a radius of 10 miles, it was filled with thunder and lightning. The lightning was as thick as a child's arm. Every time the purple lightning struck down, it was equivalent to a destructive strike from a martial supreme. Countless lightning bolts pressed the 4 martial emperor powerhouses into the air, and they could only passively resist. Li Lingtian's body was in midair as his hands moved continuously, unleashing a series of magic arts. The gods were furious. Destructive lightning and thunder bombarded down endlessly. However, it was impossible to kill the four martial emperor powerhouses. Ice, fire, nine heavens, extinction. At this moment, he finally found an opportunity. He flipped his hands, and a glacier and a flame appeared in his hands. He put his hands together, and an aura of destruction and death appeared. These two auras were instantly covered by an aura of extermination. Between heaven and earth, a desolate aura of extermination made people feel terrified. A huge four-colored light seemed to pour down from the nine heavens, and the space was directly torn apart. Nanming's sword, the true devil defying gods, great profound devil palm, great demon true body. The four martial emperor powerhouses were shocked when they saw the beam of light descending amidst the endless lightning and thunder. Young Master Nanling was even more aware that he had fought with Li Lingtian before, so he naturally understood how terrifying this move was. The shocking pillar of light instantly descended and ruthlessly collided with the defenses of the four martial monarch realm experts. Boom! Rumbled a kacha. With an explosion, the defenses of the four martial monarch realm experts shattered. The shocking pillar of light disappeared, but a destructive halo appeared. Wherever the halo passed, there was endless destruction. Puff! Two peak first-level martial emperors were killed. Now, only young Master Nanling and a second-level martial emperor were left. Naturally, Li Lingtian would not give his opponent any chance to react. If he lost the initiative, he would not be able to fight a martial emperor no matter how powerful he was. In a great battle, strength and wisdom were the deciding factors. Divine destruction to the extreme. Li Lingtian's body flashed. He had injured the opponent's martial emperor, so the opponent's martial emperor reacted swiftly and unleashed a devastating attack. He flapped his thunderclap wings and luckily dodged the destructive attack. When his body reappeared, he used the God-extinguishing extreme skill. Immediately, a destructive heavenly might descended. He had seen this God-extinguishing extreme skill before and had endured it before. He had almost been killed. The pressure that was like the might of the heavens blasted toward the second heaven of the martial emperor realm. The might of the heavens carried a destructive intent attack that crushed the will of the experts. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Li Lingtian's body swayed as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. When he hit the second level of the martial emperor realm, he was unable to dodge in time and was hit by young Master Nanling's sneak attack. However, the body of a true dragon, the defense of a giant dragon, and the limitless feather coat naturally could not kill him. However, it shocked him. After all, young Master Nanling was a martial emperor. Rumbled at rumble. In the distance, Xueqi's face was filled with anger. He was a sixth heaven martial emperor, yet he was being suppressed by a transformed demonic beast. He had never thought that this 7th level, 5th level demonic beast would actually control such a powerful treasure. Every attack carried the power of destruction, completely displaying the strength of the dragon race. Moreover, the dragon race's defense was extremely powerful. His attack could not kill Longda at all. Looking at the 4 martial monarch realm experts on his side, there were only 2 left. He had no way at all, and it was impossible for him to escape. On Li Lingtian's side, it was quiet for the time being. Blood trickled down the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth as his face turned pale. However, young Master Nanling was also fearful. The other second Heaven Martial Emperor was also trembling from Li Lingtian's attack and did not dare to make a move. On the War God, all the powerhouses were looking at Li Lingtian and Longda. They saw that the 2 of them had managed to pin down the other party, and that Li Lingtian had even killed 2 Martial Emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian was only a revered martial artist, yet he was able to kill 2 martial sovereigns. There was nothing fancy about it, but he had relied entirely on his own strength, experience, and wisdom to kill 2 martial sovereigns. The dozen array masters also hurriedly repaired the array, trying to restore it. On the top 3 floors of the war god, Huang Fuyuyan and the other girls were heartbroken to see Li Lingtian injured. However, they were extremely happy to see Li Lingtian's domineering strength. Sister Qingyue, will my big brother be alright? He's already injured. Although Ge had great confidence in Li Lingtian, he was still worried when he saw Li Lingtian injured. Don't worry, he hasn't used his true trump card yet. Huang Fuyuyan did not wait for Tang Qingyue's reply before she spoke with a blissful expression on her face. She had placed all her hopes on Li Lingtian. She wanted to see him become a martial god powerhouse. Besides, Li Lingtian was her man, so he would not be so bad. That's right, Sister Yuyan is right. Lingtian still has his trump cards that he hasn't used yet, the Tyrant Saber Art and the Heaven-Destroying Sword Formation. Tang Qingyue nodded as she spoke. She was well aware of Li Lingtian's strength and cultivation base. Naturally, she knew what Li Lingtian's most powerful attack was. Young Master Nanling, right? I let you escape last time, but you came to me this time. I can only say that you're ignorant. Li Lingtian's eyes were fixed on young Master Nanling, ignoring the second firmament martial emperor. The thunderclap wings on his body flapped slightly. The translucent wings emitted a faint lightning glow, and a sizzling sound rang out in the air. Li Lingtian, you're very powerful. However, you won't be so lucky this time. Young Master Nanling had forcefully consolidated his body during his return. His cultivation base had increased tremendously, and he had even obtained a destructive, heavenly superpower. He was here to kill Li Lingtian with his own hands to vent his hatred.
Die.
In a flash, Li Lingtian's body disappeared mysteriously. When he reappeared, he was already beside young Master Nanling. Young Master Nanling was shocked. He was extremely afraid of Li Lingtian's body movement technique. Naturally, he was worried that Li Lingtian could invade him so easily and soundlessly. He channeled all his true essence and sent a stream of demonic qi toward Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian had no intention of making a move at all.
It was just a flash.
At that moment, a long sword appeared in Li Lingtian's hand. The long sword was emitting a terrifying sword will. He swung the long sword casually at the injured second Heaven Martial Emperor powerhouse. The sword light carried sword momentum and arrived in front of the second-level Martial Emperor Realm powerhouse without leaving a trace. Rumbled Akacha. At that moment, young Master Nanling realized that Li Lingtian was trying to divert his attention. However, it was useless even if he knew because he had already unleashed his attack. A destructive demonic qi shot into the air. Li Lingtian had long disappeared, and his sword radiance had arrived before the second Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. The second-level Martial Emperor Realm was in despair as he looked at the sword ray that carried the sword aura. He subconsciously blocked it with the defensive treasure in his hand. The sword light easily cut through the defensive treasure and disappeared. The air froze. Li Lingtian's body flashed once again, and he left young Master Nanling far away. Chapter 412. Blood Demon Shocks the Heavens. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and smiled. After eliminating the other 3 Martial Monarch Realm experts, he now had some confidence in facing the most dangerous young Master Nanling. Although this young Master Nanling was abnormally terrifying, he was still killed by him last time. In the end, although he used the soul-shifting grand magic to escape, now that he met him again, he was always a threat. As an expert, the sense of threat was the most important. Although he did not know what kind of terrifying treasure or skill this young Master Nanling had, He did not dare to be careless. Longda, who was far away, was also starting to lose. He had the upper hand at the beginning, but now he was at a disadvantage for some reason. With Longda's cultivation and strength, coupled with the roaring dragon battle halberd, he should not have been defeated by Xueqi. However, the tables had turned and Li Lingtian felt a sense of foreboding. If he didn't finish off young Master Nanling, he wouldn't be able to help Longda. At that time, he and the others would die here. You were lucky last time. Try my blood demon shocks the heavens. Young Master Nanling's expression changed when he saw that the three martial supreme realm warriors around him had fallen into Li Lingtian's trap one after another. Without any helpers, he was deeply afraid of Li Lingtian. He had been killed by Li Lingtian the last time. If he had not mastered the Devil Tribe's soul transference technique, he would have vanished into thin air. It was also because Li Lingtian was unaware of his soul transference technique that he had the chance to escape. It was rare for him to meet an opponent in his life, but he did not expect to be defeated and killed by a martial honor. How could he bear such humiliation in his heart? After saying that, the true essence in his entire body changed. The true essence directly transformed into shocking demonic qi. With the appearance of the demonic qi, he transformed into a huge blood demon. In the air, within a radius of 1 mile, there was a blood curtain, just like a blood pool, making people feel disgusted and uncomfortable. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he retreated quickly. The blood veil floated in the air, and any warrior who touched it would be tainted by it. It could even taint a powerhouse's true essence and treasures. Li Lingtian furrowed his brows at the sight of the blood veil as he circulated his true essence to the maximum. Dragon power. With a loud roar, streams of violent dragon energy appeared in the air. Li Lingtian was surrounded by destructive dragon energy. 4 gigantic dragons spiraled around him, tearing the air apart. Roar. The 4 giant dragons roared furiously. Dragon qi that seemed to tear through space stirred up the blood veil. The 4 giant dragons also shot toward young Master Nanling, causing the space to tremble. Blood demon shocks the heavens, boundless blood sea. Young Master Nanling could not help but shudder when he sensed the powerful and terrifying dragon. Li Lingtian's cultivation base had become so terrifying recently. He thought that his cultivation had been progressing quickly and his abilities had improved significantly. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to improve his cultivation faster than him. Seeing the 4 dragons charging at him, his expression kept changing. With a wave of his hand, a blood pillar appeared in the sea of blood in front of him and went straight for the 4 dragons. Chi-chi, chi-chi, roar, roar. The blood pillar hit the 3 dragons, and the 3 dragons let out sizzling sounds. The terrifying dragons had powerful defenses, but they were actually unable to resist the blood pillar at all. The 3 giant dragons were quickly eroded, and cries of pity rang out. Li Lingtian shuddered as well. He did not expect that his true dragon body barrier, which he had cultivated to level 4, would be defeated just like that on his first try. Rumble. The last giant dragon bypassed the blood pillar and crashed into young Master Nanling's body, but it was defeated by the blood pillar in the end. Young Master Nanling's body was sent flying while the 4 giant dragons were completely reduced to nothingness. Li Lingtian's body swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon power was condensed from his dragon energy. After receiving such an attack, he was also shaken. Both of them were injured in different ways. Li Lingtian did not expect young Master Nanling to cultivate such a terrifying devil qi. It was the most evil devil technique of the Devil Tribe. Ice Flame. Li Lingtian did not dare to attack again. Against such an evil creature that specialized in corrupting treasures and attacks, it would be futile to use destructive attacks. With a thought of his divine sense, he used the ice flame that he had condensed. This ice flame was also obtained in the Devil Canyon. He had not completely refined the ice flame that he had obtained last time. However, this time, the icy frost flame was the size of a bowl. The appearance of the ice flame immediately caused a terrifying strangeness to appear between heaven and earth. It was unknown if it was cold or hot. However, when young Master Nanling saw this icy flame, his face revealed a trace of fear. If Li Lingtian were to use any other attack or treasure, he would be able to corrupt them. However, the icy frost flame had the same effect as his blood curtain, which was specifically used to erode a warrior's vital essence. He was still extremely confident in his blood demon shocking the heavens. With a wave of his hand, another blood pillar met the icy frost flame. TSK, TSK. Chi-chi, chi-chi, chi-chi. Instantly, the air began to burn. It was both burning and solidifying. The combination of the two extremes immediately caused the blood pillar to be in a stalemate. Li Lingtian and young Master Nanling looked at each other. In such a situation, they were almost on par with each other, and it was hard to tell who would win. The two of them began to calculate in their hearts what attack they would use next. Yes, Li Lingtian waved his hand, but the icy frost flame did not even shake the blood veil. Instead, it was being eroded by the blood veil. If this continued, the icy frost flame that he had painstakingly cultivated would be eroded. The frost blaze had been retracted, and the blood pillar had caught up to Li Lingtian. Glare mirror. Li Lingtian had already calculated this. Since he dared to retract the ice frost flame, he must have some defensive measures. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a mirror appeared. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared and shot towards the blood veil. Crash. The blood curtain was reflected back into the air. The light from the glare mirror also disappeared. 5 elements paragon. Balance of the 5 elements. Li Lingtian kept calculating in his heart. Other attacks were ineffective, but the 5 elements martial soul was the most basic attribute in the world. With its species attribute perfected, it should be able to suppress the blood veil. Instantly, the auras of the various species appeared. The 5 auras fused together, forming a faint 5-colored light that quickly descended from the sky. Chi-chi, chi-chi. The blood curtain rolled and struggled, but the aura of the 5 elements martial soul suppressed it. Gradually, the 5-colored light of the 5 elements martial soul wrapped around the blood curtain. In the end, the blood veil completely disappeared, turning into air and drifting in the air. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but it only took an instant. Young Master Nanling was overjoyed when he saw that his blood veil had succeeded repeatedly. However, he did not expect that the 5-colored light unleashed by Li Lingtian would negate the blood veil in an instant. In fact, the blood veil had completely disappeared. It was already too late for him to retract the blood veil. He was furious in his heart. This was the cultivation he had cultivated. Spatial imprisonment. With the blood veil resolved, Li Lingtian's evil expression calmed down. With a wave of his hand, a banner appeared. The space trembled slightly before it came to a stop. Sword howl, heaven and earth. With a soft shout, the sword will from his entire body soared into the sky. The shocking sword will wreaked havoc in the space as Li Lingtian stood proudly between heaven and earth like a sharp sword. The Tianyu sword was displayed. He looked at the long sword seriously and casually waved it. Sword force was a type of sword trajectory. The sword light appeared, but this sword light made people feel that it was erratic. They did not know the trajectory of the sword light, so they could not block it. The sword ray seemed very slow, but it was actually very fast. In an instant, the sword ray struck young Master Nanling's body, and young Master Nanling's eyes revealed a look of fear. Tear. Ah. The sound of cloth being torn apart rang out. The sound was ear-piercing, and it was followed by young Master Nanling's miserable cry. Young Master Nanling's entire body was split into two halves. You want to leave? It's too late. Li Lingtian watched as young Master Nanling was split in half, but his expression did not change at all. Because he was really the young master of Nanling, he would not die so easily. He had escaped the last time. As expected, when young Master Nanling died, a black fog drifted out and quickly flew into the distance. Those who did not know would naturally not know that this black fog was young Master Nanling's soul. With a light shout, he flicked his finger, and the icy frost flames shot out. The icy frost flames arrived in front of the black mist and instantly wrapped around it. The frozen sky was the most magical ice and flames in the world. If one's soul was wrapped in it, there was no reason for them to survive. Miserable screams came out from the ice flames. Young Master Nanling's shadow appeared in the ice flames. It was a very blurry shadow, but it was young Master Nanling's soul. As long as his soul escaped, he could be possessed and reborn with the techniques of the demons. There's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged in. Li Lingtian said coldly as he looked at Longda and Xueqi in the distance. Longda was completely suppressed by Xueqi. If it were not for Longda's realm, roaring dragon battle poleaxe, true dragon body, and terrifying dragon energy, Longda would have been killed. He saw that there were already several injuries on Longda's body, and the injuries were very serious. With such an injury, if Longda had not protected Li Lingtian and helped him restrain Xueqi, he would have fled. With a final scream, young Master Nanling's soul was finally refined and completely devoured by the icy frost flame. Xueqi, who was standing in the distance, did not expect Li Lingtian to be so terrifying. Even young Master Nanling's sky-shocking blood demon was dispelled by Li Lingtian. Now that the 4 martial supreme realm experts had been killed, even though he was suppressing Longda's attack, it was impossible for him to kill Longda now. Li Lingtian had the time to spare, but he was not confident that he could kill Longda with the two of them joining forces. Chapter 413 Immortal Body 1 Roar. With a roar, Longda was sent flying by Xueqi's destructive attack, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Lingtian was shocked by this change. He did not expect Xueqi to unleash a forbidden attack at this time. It seemed like he did not want to be entangled in this place anymore. As the flying dragon was strong, Xueqi's demonic chi revolved, and a jet-black demonic chi blasted toward Li Lingtian. The black demonic chi was at least 10 meters thick and 100 meters long. Its speed was extremely fast as it pierced through space and came crashing down on Li Lingtian. This move was obviously meant to kill Li Lingtian before leaving this place. He had brought hundreds of revered martial artists and more than 10 martial supreme realm experts with him, but they were all wiped out. If he did not kill Li Lingtian, he would have to bear the wrath of the eldest young master when he returned. Tyrannical blade art, desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Li Lingtian did not expect Xueqi to pull such a trick. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he unleashed the Empyrean Terminus Emperor Saber. The shocking pressure continued to stir the space. Without the slightest hesitation, he used all his true essence to execute the heavenly extreme tyrant Emperor Saber. A saber intent appeared and slashed out casually. Suddenly, 10 saber lights overlapped and fiercely met the huge demonic chi in the air. Boom, crash, boom. With an explosion, the desolate 10 consecutive slashes, which carried the power of a divine weapon, directly shattered the demonic chi. The last 2 saber lights ruthlessly slashed onto Xueqi's body. It was impossible for the 2 saber lights to kill her at the 6th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Even if they could not kill her, Xueqi was severely injured and spat out a mouthful of black demon blood. Roar. Longda was enraged when he was injured. He would feel guilty if Xietian had injured Li Lingtian. How could he not be angry that he had almost tricked Li Lingtian in front of him? He ignored his injuries and with a roar, he swung his dragon roar battle halberd into the air. A destructive attack tore through the air and struck the unprepared Xietian.
Ah! Arg!
A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the world. Even though the demons had the same physique as the demons, when they encountered a supreme treasure of the dragon race like the dragon roar battle halberd, even a 7th heaven martial emperor would be severely injured, let alone a 6th heaven martial emperor like him. Dragon power. Li Lingtian also kept his ultimate tyrannical emperor saber. With a loud roar, his body flashed as if he was soaring through the heavens and earth. The 4 giant dragons roared and charged at Xietian. Black Demon Incarnation. The 6th Heaven Martial Emperor was severely injured from the 2 attacks. His heart trembled when he saw Li Lingtian's destructive attack. He could not care less about anything else as he circulated his demonic qi and unleashed the forbidden incarnation of the internals. Suddenly, the demonic qi in the world surged. Xietian turned into a 100-meter-tall black devil. A huge fist smashed towards the dragon.
Boom!
The giant dragon was destroyed, but the other 3 giant dragons became even more terrifying after receiving the dragon energy of the giant dragon of destruction. They charged at the giant demon with indomitable will.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
With 3 loud explosions, the 3 giant dragons vanished. However, Li Lingtian was not implicated this time because his cultivation base was shattered and not tainted by the blood veil. The dragon power was instantly destroyed, but the last dragon slammed into the troll's body. The troll was also sent flying, and pitch-black blood spurted out. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian came to a halt and circulated his sword will. He also unleashed the heavenly fault sword, and with a single slap, a ball of light exploded. Instantly, a world of swords appeared with him as the center. This world of swords was filled with tens of thousands of sharp swords. Every single sharp sword was in existence above profound-level weapons. Furthermore, there were countless emperor weapons, heaven weapons, and even saint weapons. The Heavenly Fault Sword was a peerless saint artifact, and it was also the catalyst for the sword formation, driving the entire sword formation to spin.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh,
whoosh. With a flick of Li Lingtian's finger, 10,000 swords flew out together with a shocking sword aura and sword ray. The sword silks formed a sword net, and the 10,000 swords connected with each other. Instantly, the power of the profound armament was amplified by 100 times. Everything in the world was destroyed by the myriad returning swords. Everything was fused into the sword array. This was Li Lingtian's ultimate return of 10,000 swords. With one strike, the world shook. Chi-chi. The sword silks tore through space, and tens of thousands of sword lights and sword chi had already pierced through the giant devil's body. The giant devil was turned into pieces. It was completely penetrated by the sword chi and sword light. Its body was also directly turned into pieces by the sword silk. The giant devil no longer existed. Destruction was between heaven and earth. Thousands of swords flew toward Li Lingtian. With a single hand, all the sharp swords disappeared and entered Li Lingtian's light orb. The light orb was then absorbed into Li Lingtian's dantian. Turning weapons into qi was the symbol of a martial arts grandmaster or above. However, the number of weapons that each martial arts grandmaster could turn into qi was limited, and there were only 1 or 2 life-bound treasures. Li Lingtian had become a revered martial artist and had undergone countless tempering. He was no longer an ordinary person. The heavenly sword body, the flaming sacred body, the five elements perfection, and the ice and fire martial souls were all the most mysterious existences in the world. He could easily turn the 10,000 swords into chi. After all, he had the heavenly sword physique. The heavenly fault sword also entered his dantian, and he looked at the sky coldly. Longda and Li Lingtian formed an opposing force. Both of them understood the wonders of the infernals. Moreover, Xie Tian was a sixth heaven martial emperor. It would not be easy to kill him. The world fell silent as Li Lingtian entered a state of emptiness. He closed his eyes slightly. He used his consciousness to sense the fluctuations of space. The strangeness of the demons was beyond his imagination, but he had the Holy Demon Ring and the Holy Demon Quintessence, so he naturally understood a lot. The last time young Master Nanling escaped, it was only because he had carelessly neglected that young Master Nanling was a fiend. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. At that moment, countless devil chi slowly gathered in Li Lingtian's divine consciousness. The troll Xie Tian that had vanished into thin air gradually formed a shadow in the air. The shadow laughed maniacally. Sensing all of this, Li Lingtian opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Young Master. Longda naturally didn't notice the change in the giant demon because everything in the air was the same as before. There was no aura or spatial fluctuation. However, he knew something was amiss when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. He quickly asked, "Be careful, he's coming out." Li Lingtian said calmly, without any expression on his face. His eyes were focused on a spot in the sky. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, Longda became more cautious. He unleashed all of his dragon energy and drew out his roaring dragon warrior halberd. With dragon energy infused into the weapon, he would unleash a shocking attack the moment the troll appeared. He did not doubt Li Lingtian's words at all because he knew that Li Lingtian's strength was terrifying. His various methods were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, Li Lingtian would never joke around when he was facing his enemies. Longda's expression changed drastically as he followed Li Lingtian's gaze. He did not notice it at first, but upon closer inspection, he noticed traces of demonic chi twisting. "I have an undying body, de human. Thank you for your help. In order to thank you, I will use your souls to pay tribute to my immortal body." The voice of the giant devil rang out in the space. The voice was real and was no longer sensed by Li Lingtian. The demonic chi continued to distort and gather together. The originally gray sky was swept clean of demonic chi because it had all gathered together. An ordinary demon powerhouse appeared in Li Lingtian's line of sight. Xie Tian was still Xie Tian, but his eyes were bloodshot, and he was much more terrifying than before. Undying body. Ignorant. There is no such thing as an undying body in this world. If I kill you, you will never be reincarnated. Li Lingtian was relieved to see Xie Tian emerge. If Xie Tian were to launch a sneak attack, it would be a real headache. The mystical world of immortality did exist, but it was only a form of constitution and talent. It was not truly unkillable. As he spoke, he calculated. He had already tried his most powerful trump card, but it had not been able to kill Xie Tian. There was no weapon or skill that could threaten Xie Tian now. His heart began to tremble. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. In the past, he could still rely on all kinds of heaven-defying pills, divine artifacts, and all kinds of heaven-grade divine abilities. However, he now understood that the difference in cultivation might not be made up by any divine artifact or divine ability.
Die.
Xie Tian looked at Li Lingtian coldly. Li Lingtian was a martial honor, yet he had destroyed her sixth heaven martial emperor realm soul. If he had not suddenly comprehended the demon race's undying body, he would have vanished into thin air. This child could not be left alive. If he was left alive, he would definitely be a great calamity for the demons. He was already so domineering at the age of 20. If he was given another few decades, the demons would be finished. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and a huge demonic chi fist shadow came hurtling toward him. The fist shadow was extremely fast and it struck Li Lingtian in an instant. Boom. With a dull thud, Li Lingtian was thrown into the air as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind trembled. This giant devil didn't have any tricks up his sleeves and directly attacked with destructive power. It was a simple punch that was extremely fast and powerful. Li Lingtian did not even have the chance to react before he was sent flying by the punch. He really can take a beating. Xueqi was also shocked. It looked like a simple punch, but it carried the most powerful destructive power. This was the most overbearing attack of the devil race. In his imagination, this punch could even kill a sixth heaven martial emperor. He did not expect that this supreme realm young man would only suffer some minor injuries after taking a punch head-on. This was beyond his imagination. Naturally, he did not know how powerful Li Lingtian's true dragon body barrier was. There was also the limitless feather coat. Just these two items alone were enough to withstand a martial emperor's full-powered attack without suffering any damage. Li Lingtian's injury had exceeded his expectations. All right, this young master will play with you today. Li Lingtian's courage was also boosted. He was not pleased to be defeated by such a simple fist shadow. He had the true dragon body protection and the limitless feather coat. Could it be that he was really afraid of such a defense? In the past, he had always used heaven-grade divine powers and saint artifacts to kill his opponents across space. He rarely relied on his physique and strength to fight his enemies in close combat. With a roar, all the vital essence in his body disappeared, and the true dragon chi that he exchanged for was wrapped around by a shocking dragon chi. The true dragon body barrier was used again, and the divine dragon ring was opened. The destructive dragon chi entered his body. Dominating heaven fist. With a flash of his body, he threw a destructive punch at the other party. Chapter 414. Blood Demon Blade. 1 boom. His figure turned into a shooting star, and his fist shadow was like a mountain. In an instant, the huge fist bombarded Xueqi's body. His speed was extremely fast, ignoring the distance between them. With a muffled sound, a powerful force raged in the air. Xueqi's body was thrown out, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. This attack was returned to him. Previously, Li Lingtian was also sent flying by Xueqi's punch. Li Lingtian was only a level 3 martial honor, while Xueqi was a level 6 martial emperor. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. However, Li Lingtian had the true dragon's body protection and the divine weapon, limitless feather coat. He could withstand the blow. Now Li Lingtian unleashed his dominating heavenly fist with a destructive blow, sending Xueqi flying. The two of them were even for a moment. This situation made Xueqi furious. Okay, big brother is too handsome. The husband is the most powerful. Good luck, Lingtian. 1. Young lord is mighty. Young lord is mighty. The few girls on the war god were excited. Countless powerhouses were also thrilled. Most powerhouses would fight with weapons and skills, but Li Lingtian had given up everything and relied solely on his strength. How could they not be excited? Li Lingtian's body floated in the air as the dragon energy around his body surged like a god of war descending. All right, yours truly. Xueqi was furious. He did not expect that his body, a 6th heaven martial emperor expert, would be injured by a martial honors fist. Just as he was about to say something ruthless, a huge fist struck him again before he could finish. This was pure power, and the dragon chi was shocking. The fist carried destructive dragon chi, completely ignoring the corrosion of demonic chi. Boomed, 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 boom. In the air, a muffled explosion sounded. Although it was a muffled sound, the destructive force wreaked havoc in the space, causing the space to tremble. Longda watched from the side as he unleashed all of his dragon energy. As long as Li Lingtian was in danger, he would charge forward. Now, he could not join the battle even if he wanted to, because the two figures in the air were as fast as lightning. Their speed of separation and combination was beyond his sight. In the sky, a white light and a black light kept clashing. They kept separating and clashing. Moreover, there was the muffled sound of a fist hitting his body, which made Longda extremely worried. Even if he was from the monster race, a true dragon race, and had a strong physique, he would not dare to imagine the result of fighting against Xueqi. Little bastard, you're so fucking cunning. You actually used Ice Flame. Are you a fucking idiot? We are in a battle of life and death. Do you think we should follow the rules? I used the Ice Flame. Come and bite me. I want it, little bastard. Are you a fucking dog?
You really bit me.
Is there any breeding for wild dogs? Boom, bang.
Bang.
In the air, on the war god, everyone was stunned. Was this a big battle? Why was he cursing? In an instant, the worries of all the powerhouses eased up. It was obvious that the young master had used the icy frost flame to trick Xueqi. As long as Li Lingtian did not suffer any losses, Xueqi would be happy. It did not matter if it was the icy frost flame or his fist. The winner would be king. A preconceived notion was formed in their minds. As long as Li Lingtian did not suffer any losses, he was right. Those who opposed Li Lingtian were now on the enemy's side. Enemies must be eliminated. Huang Fuyuyan and the others were also extremely worried. However, when they heard that there were actually curses in the middle of the battle, they could not help but laugh. Naturally, they understood Li Lingtian's strength. It would be strange if Xueqi did not suffer a loss when he used the icy frost flame on his fist. A sixth heaven martial emperor realm expert actually started cursing. He was really a rare talent. Judging from Li Lingtian's voice, Xueqi must have bitten Li Lingtian. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the space trembled again, and the two figures separated.
Poochie.
Two sounds of blood spurting out could be heard. Li Lingtian clutched his chest. His face was extremely pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He glared at the other party with a sharp gaze. There was also a trace of blood on his arm. It seemed like he had really been bitten. Opposite him, Xueqi's face was also pale. There was black blood at the corner of his mouth. There were no visible injuries on his body, but he was not in good spirits. It appeared that his injuries were not light either. Moreover, there was a faint flame burning on his arms. The flame was imbued with extreme frost. This was Li Lingtian's frost blaze. When he stopped, he kept using his demonic chi to wipe out the icy frost flame, but the demonic chi could not get rid of the icy frost flame.
Die.
Li Lingtian tossed a pill into his mouth, and his depleted vital essence was instantly restored to its peak condition. He circulated all the vital essence in his body and suppressed the dragon energy. With a move of his divine sense, he used the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber again. Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. With a casual wave of his hand, the saber light slashed out with supreme saber intent. 10 saber lights overlapped, and the space was divided into two halves. Blood Demon Blade. Blue Moon Move. Xueqi was shocked. He had tried the Desolation 10 consecutive strikes at the beginning. If he had used his full strength, he would definitely have been able to block it. However, he had blocked 8 blade rays at the beginning, and the last 2 had injured him. Now, he no longer had the slightest confidence in the 10 saber rays. His eyes revealed a resolute expression, as if he had made a major decision. The demonic chi in his body circulated, and reversed the demonic chi. The demonic chi formed a long saber, a blood-red long saber. With a wave of his long saber, a crescent-shaped saber light welcomed it. A deathly silence descended between heaven and earth. Two destructive saber lights tore through the space like two shooting stars.
Boom.
Before the saber beams collided, the space had already trembled and shattered. Xueqi used the blood demon blade, and his cultivation base dropped continuously. His demonic chi also became weaker, but his eyes were filled with hatred. Kacha. The 10 saber rays landed on the blood demon blade, causing it to tremble slightly. Voila! The sound of splashing water could be heard in the air. The desolation 10 consecutive strikes was nullified, and the blood demon blade's blade radiance slashed toward Li Lingtian. The speed of the saber's radiance was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Li Lingtian. Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect his desolation 10 consecutive strikes to be broken just like that. He did not expect other treasures to be able to withstand the blood demon blade. He activated the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron with his consciousness. A beam of light appeared and covered the blood demon blade. Silk. A soft sound was heard. The Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron, which had been tested and tested many times, actually did not have the slightest effect in front of the blood demon blade. Seeing that Li Lingtian was in danger, Longda moved in a flash to block Li Lingtian's attack. However, it was too late as he was too far away. The experts on the war god were all stunned. Tang Qingyue and the others were stunned as well. They could only watch helplessly as Li Lingtian was about to be killed by the blood demon blade. They were dumbfounded by the attack. Lingtian, husband, big brother, young master. The girls cried out in shock. Their voices were filled with sorrow and despair. They could not imagine what would happen to them if Li Lingtian were to fall. Saint Demon Quintessence. At that moment, Li Lingtian noticed the holy demon ring on his left hand. Without any hesitation, the vital essence in his body vanished and a stream of pure demonic chi appeared. Instantly, his entire person became demonic. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his elegant figure had an additional trace of demonic aura. He casually waved his hand and sent a stream of pure demonic chi towards the blood demon blade. Tisk. With a soft sound, the blood demon blade's saber light was neutralized like the melting sunflower's spring snow. The pure demonic chi directly assimilated the blood demon blade's saber light. In the distance, Xueqi was petrified. Saint Demon Quintessence, true devil chi. How is this possible? How is this possible? When he woke up, Xueqi looked as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of existence was this young man in front of him? Was he a human, a true dragon, or a demon? He was a human, but he possessed the true dragon chi, which was no different from the dragon clan. However, he was now using the holy book of the demon clan. Only the holy demonic chi cultivated from the demonic canon could break the blood demonic blade so easily. More importantly, the Saint Demon Scripture was a cultivation technique cultivated by the supreme great demon god of the demon race. How could it fall into the hands of this young man? Could this young man be the heir of his demon race or a prince of the imperial family? Nothing is impossible. You have eyes but are blind. How dare you have bad intentions towards this? Young master.
Die.
Li Lingtian was excited when he saw how useful the Asmodean's true devil chi was. This was the so-called bittern tofu. He had used so many methods, but he still could not defeat the other party. He had almost been killed by the other party's blood demon blade. He had not expected that a strand of demonic chi would be so easily resolved. He had actually used demonic chi and was mistaken by the other party as a demon. He could use this identity to suppress the other party and wipe him out. After saying that, he used a trace of true devil QJ from the holy demon ring. Even a trace of pure true devil chi could destroy all low-level devil chi. With a flick of his divine sense, a 3-foot-long scepter appeared in his hand. The scepter had an ancient aura, but it contained the supreme dignity of the demon race. Heavenly Wand. He extended his scepter, and the world instantly turned dark, as if the end of the world had arrived. Li Lingtian floated in the air like a demon god. His demonic aura surged into the sky and engulfed the entire world. With the Heaven's Wand in his hands, Li Lingtian had become a true demon tribe mighty figure even though he was a human. This was because the authority of the Heaven's Wand was the symbol of the demon tribe. Heavenly Wand. The Heavenly Wand has appeared. Great demonic god's Heavenly Wand. Xueqi could no longer sit still. His face was filled with a dazed expression. He did not have any intention of resisting the destructive demonic aura in front of him. The Heavenly Devil Wand was the symbol of the supreme devil race. It possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. All the devils below the great demonic god would tremble in front of the Heavenly Devil Wand. Not to mention a mere martial monarch realm expert. Even a martial monarch realm expert of the demon race would tremble in front of the heavenly staff. There was another problem. Li Lingtian's identity had shocked Xueqi, causing him to lose his composure. Chapter 415. Healing 1. Boom. A shocking beam of demonic chi struck Xueqi's body. With a loud explosion, Xueqi was turned into ashes. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of putting up any resistance. Everyone on the war god was stunned. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be in control of the infernal race's treasure. They were all shocked. Huang Fuyuyan and the rest knew that Li Lingtian had the holy demon ring in his hands. Even so, they did not expect the heavenly staff to be so powerful. The 6th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm demons were also killed in one strike. They did not even have the slightest intention of resisting. After a long time, the world quieted down. The endless devil chi was absorbed by the Heaven's Wand. Li Lingtian retracted his true devil chi and his aura returned to normal. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was drained of color. He was extremely weak, like an ordinary person who had just recovered from a serious illness. Her body fell down weakly. Long Da's body flashed and caught Li Lingtian before she swiftly returned to the war god. Arriving at the top 3 floors, Li Lingtian managed to cast a magic art with great effort. Qingling cooperated with him to activate the restriction and carried Li Lingtian inside. Big brother, how are you? Lingtian, how are you now? Husband, how are your injuries? May take him back to recover from his injuries. He was injured and had to use a few powerful moves. After that, he used his true devil chi and consumed too much energy. He needs to recuperate for a period of time. The girls were worried. Huang Fuyuyan took a look at Li Lingtian and knew that he had sustained serious injuries in the battle. Coupled with the forceful exertion of demonic chi, his body was a burden. Naturally, she knew that Li Lingtian and Shen Mei were dual cultivators, so healing needed to be quick and convenient. Sister Yuan, I'll leave the outside to you guys. I'll take my husband to treat his injuries. Shen Mei spoke in a sweet voice. She naturally understood that her sisters were not shy at all after knowing that she was cultivating with Li Lingtian. Instead, they were worried about Li Lingtian's injuries. With that said, she carried Li Lingtian in her arms and quickly made her way to her room. Although they were all young girls, they were also martial artists, martial kings, martial grandmasters, and even martial emperors. Hugging Li Lingtian was nothing. Now that Li Lingtian was injured, Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qinghua had to make arrangements for the outside world. In the end, They ordered the war god to continue flying so that the array master could repair the war god's defense array as soon as possible. The war god left quickly, heading towards the sea in an instant. Your Highness, your subordinate's mission is complete. After the war god left, a faint voice rang out from the place where the battle had originally been. The voice was extremely ethereal, but it slowly dissipated in the end. If the people on the war god heard this voice, they would definitely know who
it was.
Who else could this voice be but Xietian? Shen Mei carried Li Lingtian back to her room and placed him in the practice room. Their room was like a palace. There was everything in the training room. There were 7 or 8 small rooms, and they were all dressed up like boudoirs. Husband, Mei will help you heal your injuries. Shen Mei removed Li Lingtian's outer garment and sat down cross-legged. Wait a minute. I'll stabilize it with my martial soul of 5 elements. Perfection. Li Lingtian spoke softly as he weakly unleashed his 5 elements martial soul to stabilize his dantian. In the end, Shen Mei circulated her Jinyuan, and the 2 of them healed. After dual cultivation, although their cultivations couldn't be used together, their Jinyuan could be used together. Shen Mei poured her own quintessential essence into Li Lingtian's meridians. After an hour, Li Lingtian's quintessential essence was slowly circulating. The 2 of them used a full 3 days to finally stabilize their injuries. In the past, Li Lingtian could have used dragon energy to temper his body to heal himself. However, this time, the injury was not limited to his physique and meridians, but the conflict between his true essence, dragon energy, and demonic energy. Although he cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and could fuse all the attributes in the world, he had forcefully used the true devil chi. Moreover, it was the strongest devil chi of the devil race. Naturally, there would be conflicts. More importantly, when he used the demonic aura, he suppressed his true essence. He did not use the heaven and earth reincarnation art to mobilize the demonic aura at all. Instead, he directly used the demonic aura in the holy demon ring to attack his opponent. He did not know why he could use it at will, but this time his consciousness did not resist the demonic chi. He could use the dragon chi to temper his body, but now that the devil chi, dragon chi, and true essence were in conflict, he still had to spend some time to recuperate. My injuries have already stabilized. Go out and tell them not to worry. I will be able to recover after recuperating for a period of time. During this period of time, you will accompany me to recuperate. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and spoke gently. He did not care if he could become a demon or a god when dealing with his enemies. He would always be gentle to his women. No matter if they were gods or demons, he would always be the protector of his women.
All right.
Shen Mei was extremely happy, and she bounced out of the room. She wanted to be by her husband's side every day, but she was not the only girl by Li Lingtian's side. Naturally, she was overjoyed to have such an opportunity. After Shen Mei left, Li Lingtian fell into deep thought. He had used his true dragon chi, Jinyuan, countless skills, and even his trump card several times, but he had not been able to kill Xietian. He had not expected that he would be able to kill Xietian so easily with his demon chi. This was beyond his imagination. In the past, when he faced young Master Ming Xiao and young Master Nanling, he was powerless. Even if he really killed young Master Nanling this time, he had to spend a lot of effort to get rid of him. Gradually, he also thought that this world was not a place where the strongest could sweep the world. It was a place where one had to find the right trick. The 5 elements of the world were also mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. In his previous life, there were acupuncture techniques on television and in books. No matter how powerful a person was, there would always be a dead acupuncture point. There was also the Tai Chi technique of 4 tails pulling 1,000 pounds. Although these things were incomparable in this world, they all used the same principle, which was that things would reverse when they reached an extreme, and one thing countered another. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible to use dragon chi to destroy demonic chi unless his cultivation was higher than his opponent's. However, his cultivation was higher than his opponent's, so he still crushed him directly. The key was that if one wanted to defeat more with fewer people and the weak against the strong, one had to rely on wisdom. Gradually, his mood relaxed, and he no longer had the slightest resistance to the demonic chi. No matter what kind of cultivation technique it was good to use it on the right path. If he used the righteous path's cultivation technique to slaughter the common people, it was also evil. Whether it was cultivation techniques, skills, or weapons, they all varied from person to person. There was no fixed definition. Moreover, in this world, the strong were respected. The ultimate goal of cultivation techniques and skills was to defeat and kill the enemy. After a long time, Li Lingtian began to recuperate from his injuries and slowly restored his true essence. He then used the heaven and earth reincarnation to repair his meridians and suppress the devil chi. Although he did not have any resistance to the devil chi, he would not cultivate the Saint Devil's quintessence for now. As the days passed, Li Lingtian's injuries had completely recovered. Just like before, he had broken through and then rebuilt. Every time he was injured, his cultivation would increase a lot. Although he did not break through this time, he had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. Furthermore, all his skills had reached the transcendent state. This improvement made Li Lingtian extremely happy. During this period of time, Shunmei had enjoyed the happiness of a woman. She was extremely happy every day. When Li Lingtian was cultivating, she would cultivate with him. During their dual cultivation, her cultivation base improved, and she enjoyed an unprecedented happiness. Half a month later, Li Lingtian walked out with a radiant aura and a faint smile on his face. "Big brother, your injuries are completely healed. I'm so happy." Ji Yi watched as Li Lingtian walked out. He circled around Li Lingtian twice and sized him up carefully. He was only relieved when he saw that Li Lingtian was not injured at all. This made the other girls laugh. Ji Yi was pretty and cute, and they all liked this little sister. "You little girl, you're not serious at all." Li Lingtian lovingly tapped Ji Yi's round nose and gently stroked her face before he walked toward Huangfu Yuyan and the others. "Lingtian, sit here." Tang Qinghua stepped forward and held Li Lingtian's arm as she led him into the garden. A few girls immediately brought stools over and sat around Li Lingtian. They sized him up and were only relieved after they were sure that Li Lingtian's injuries had fully recovered. "I didn't expect to be killed by the demons of Yuzhou this time. It seems that the Green Continent isn't so peaceful after all." Li Lingtian said that the girls would only let him go after he had recovered from his injuries. Finally, they thought of the Asmodeans' ambush some time ago and linked it to Green Island. Although he had eliminated the House of Storms and attracted the experts of Yuzhou Province, he had offended the experts of Yuzhou Province before. If he went back this time, perhaps the demons would come looking for him. His cultivation was still not enough. He had to raise it. Otherwise, he would not have the slightest confidence when he encountered a powerful opponent. In the past, he had thought that he could kill enemies of a higher realm. However, when he saw Xie Tian suppressing Long Da's attack, he knew that he was not the only one in this world who could kill enemies of a higher realm. The powerhouses of the devil race were all extremely powerful. If a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor came and he was heavily injured, wouldn't he be killed if a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor came? Li Lingtian's thirst for strength reached an unprecedented level at the thought of this. That's hard to say. The last time you were killed by the god's fury light, all the experts in the Green Continent knew about it. I believe the devil race won't go to the Green Continent to find you. Huangfu Yuyan and the others knew everything about Li Lingtian, so they could naturally analyze the situation. That's not right. Li Lingtian fell into deep thought when he heard Huang Fuyan's words. A moment later, he suddenly spoke with a grave expression on his face. Chapter 416, Green Island Crisis. What's wrong? Upon hearing Li Lingtian's sudden question, the girls were taken aback. They did not know what was wrong with Li Lingtian's words. All eyes were on Li Lingtian with a questioning look in their eyes. When I left Green Continent, although the war had ended, I still couldn't understand why Tianjin Empire, Northern Nether Empire, and even Southern Mountain Empire had joined forces to deal with Tianlong. In terms of resources, Sky Dragon Empire doesn't have any resources at all. Why would the three empires join forces to wipe out Sky Dragon Empire? Moreover, they have Yuzhou backing them up. I couldn't figure it out, but now I understand. Yuzhou wants Sky Dragon City, and Sky Dragon City should have something that the experts of Yuzhou want. Li Lingtian said earnestly. This time in the Azure Continent, the House of Storms had gone to great lengths to obtain the Queen's Palace's Dragon Soul Jade. The Azure Continent's Heavenly Dragon was allied by the three empires and had the support of the experts of Yuzhou Province. It must be for a certain item in the Sky Dragon Empire. Otherwise, even if the resources of the Sky Dragon Empire were given to Yuzhou Province, the experts of Yuzhou Province would not come to live there. That's right. We've overlooked this point. Yu Prefecture has been plotting against you to seize the Heavenly Dragon, and you didn't want the other major powers to know about it. It must be for something. Huang Fuyan nodded in agreement with Li Lingtian. Tang Qingyue looked worried. She had been away from Green Island for a few years, and she didn't know what Green Island had become. She didn't know if her parents and sister were in danger.
Don't worry.
We'll go back this time. Uncle and Auntie will be fine. Li Lingtian consoled Tang Qingyue when he saw the change in her expression. He gently pulled Tang Qingyue into his arms. The girls knew about his relationship with Tang Qingyue, so they would not laugh at her. Tang Qingyue snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms, and the worry on her face eased a little. She was not worried that her sisters would laugh at her. Following that, Li Lingtian played with the girls and cultivated at night. He did not neglect his cultivation at all. Every night, he would either spend time with Tang Qingyue, Huang Fuyan, Shanmei and Xingling. On the war god, Ji was the happiest. As long as Li Lingtian was safe, she was the happiest because Li Lingtian could protect her. With Li Lingtian around, no one would dare to bully her. In her heart, Li Lingtian was her guardian angel, and she relied on him for everything. While Li Lingtian was recuperating, the Wargood's defense array was repaired. However, Li Lingtian still added hundreds of arrays on it. These arrays were specially designed to defend against Devil Chi attacks. The array masters and the powerhouses on the war god were all aware that Li Lingtian had mastered the devil's cultivation method and were beginning to worry. However, he did not take it to heart later on. In this world, no matter what cultivation technique it was, as long as one cultivated it to the point of becoming powerful, they would be the king. Many humans cultivated the demon clan's cultivation method, as well as the infernal clan's cultivation method. It was normal for Li Lingtian to cultivate the infernal clan's cultivation method as long as he was strong enough. As he controlled the cannon and the supreme treasure of the devil race, he naturally knew how to defend against the devil chi. The more than 100 new defensive formations were specially designed to resist the attacks of the devil chi. Furthermore, there was a mysterious array formation that was specifically used to collect devil chi. This was also a precaution for Li Lingtian. If he were to encounter a devil powerhouse, he could use the devil chi he collected when he executed the Saint Devil's quintessence to maximize his strength. While cultivating and resting, the war god flew at high speed. In the depths of the sea, there was not a single expert. There were only powerful sea beasts. There was not even a single bird. They all understood that this sea region was boundless, and no expert would dare to come here. It would take a whole year to cross the Ao Shao Sea area, and this was for experts above the martial monarch realm. If a martial monarch realm expert flew in the air, it would take a year to fly continuously. If it was a martial ancestor powerhouse, they would not dare to take the risk to cross the sea. Only a few martial honors and martial emperor powerhouses dared to cross the sea. However, these martial emperor powerhouses also used flying ships to avoid encountering any danger in the sea. If that happened, they would not even be able to find a place to rest. The war god was 200 miles in size. Even a 6th or 7th rank sea beast would avoid it if they saw it. Along the way, the war god didn't suffer any attacks. For 4 months, the war god spent its time in the endless sea. Finally, on this day, the war god arrived on an island. As the war god stabilized itself in the air, Li Lingtian landed with Huang Fuyan and the rest to rest on the island for a few days. After all, the surface of the war god wasn't as good as the ground. It was only when one was on solid ground that one would feel safe. We should be arriving at Green Island soon. Let's rest for a few days and then enter the inland of Green Island. Li Lingtian looked up at the sky and saw a martial emperor or grandmaster hunting demonic beasts and sea beasts from time to time. If a martial emperor or grandmaster could kill a demonic beast, it meant that they were close to the inner land. This subordinate will first send someone into Green Island to inquire about the situation there. After Yi Feng followed them down, he respectfully agreed to Li Lingtian's arrangement. He then returned to the war god and auctioned off more than 10 martial emperors and 2 supreme realm powerhouses. Such a combination was nothing in the Azure continent, but in the Azure continent, no one dared to provoke them. After all, there were no martial honors in the Azure continent. Even that hermit powerhouse was only at the 2nd level of the supreme realm. Following that, Li Lingtian and the rest rested on the island. With their cultivation base, no one dared to disturb them on the island. Furthermore, the war god in the sky was a huge killing machine. If anyone dared to approach it, they would be wiped out immediately. 5 days later, there were only 3 experts left. 1 martial honor, 2 martial emperors, and the rest were all killed. Young master, the Green Continent is in chaos. On the island, the 3 experts who had returned were all heavily injured. Moreover, they were emitting a faint demonic aura. It was obvious that they had been injured by the demonic aura. Wu Tianyan was the only Supreme Realm expert who had been brought back. It was really unexpected that he was beaten to such a state with his 2nd heaven cultivation. Yi Feng sent them out to gather information. He did not expect such a thing to happen. In Green Continent, the strongest was only at the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. If 2 Supreme Realm experts and more than 10 martial emperors went to Green Continent, they should be able to sweep through Green Continent. What happened? Li Lingtian looked at Wu Tianyan and asked seriously. As he spoke, he wiped his hand and a frosty ice flame appeared. The frosty ice flame pressed down on Wu Tianyan's wound. Wu Tianyan felt a wave of fear in his heart, but he calmed down. The young master would not punish his subordinates so easily. Naturally, he was not targeting him. Then, he saw the ice flame quickly devour the demonic qi. After the demonic qi was devoured, his injuries could also be stabilized. He only needed to recuperate for a period of time. If there was demonic qi, it would be impossible for him to recuperate. This was the corrosive power of demonic qi. Young master, millions of demons in Yuzhou have already attacked the Green Province. 2 years ago, the 3 empires joined forces to attack Sky Dragon Empire. However, Sky Dragon Empire's Sky Cloud sect had a Sky Cloud battleship, so the 3 empires were unable to wipe out Sky Dragon Empire. However, Yuzhou eliminated the martial emperor powerhouses, destroyed the Heavenly Cloud battleship, and the 3 empires wiped out the Sky Dragon Empire. But for some reason, the 3 empires have fallen out with the Serenity Plains. They didn't let the experts of the Serenity Plains enter the Azure continent, but the Serenity Plains kept sending experts of the demon race in secret. The three empires withdrew from Sky Dragon Empire, and the entire Green Continent joined forces to resist the attack of the demon race. However, for some reason, after a month of fighting, Serenity Plains suddenly attacked. There were more than 100 martial emperors and more than 1,000 martial honors. All the demon race attacked Sky Dragon. The four great empires were defeated one after another. The people we sent out to inquire about the news encountered a demon expert. Only the three of us managed to escape. Wu Tianyan shared the information he had obtained from his trip, causing Li Lingtian's expression to turn grave. The Green Continent was weak. One supreme realm expert was enough to sweep across the Green Continent. Now that thousands of supreme realm experts and hundreds of martial monarch realm experts had been sent, wouldn't the Green Continent be destroyed? How is Sky Dragon Empire now? Li Lingtian grew anxious. With so many powerhouses attacking the Heavenly Dragon, it would be a complete massacre. Who would be able to stop them? He was most concerned about Tang Ziming and her parents. Although Sky Cloud Sect and Sky Dragon Empire were very important, how could they be more important than the safety of his parents and wife? I don't know. We didn't even manage to enter the Heavenly Dragon Island. As soon as we entered the Azure Continent, we encountered countless demons who slaughtered the Azure Continent's martial artists. They didn't even spare ordinary people. That we only got the news after we rescued these martial artists. In the end, we encountered a 6th-level Supreme Realm expert. Wu Tianyan recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. He was still trembling when he thought of the hundreds of martial monarch realm experts, thousands of martial honored realm experts, and millions of demons in Azure Continent. Young Master, we'll increase the speed of the War God to its maximum. I believe we'll be back in 2 days. Yifeng calculated the distance and the War God's speed before he spoke. However, Li Lingtian immediately rejected his suggestion. No, I'm going first. You guys follow me on the War God. Longda, just follow me. Protect young madam and the others. If they lose a single hair, I'll punish you. If you encounter any demons, use the War God to wipe them out. Don't bother them. Go straight to Sky Dragon Empire. Li Lingtian said earnestly as he made arrangements. Be careful. Huang Fuyuyan did not stop Li Lingtian. Instead, she spoke seriously with a concerned expression. I know. You have the most experience. I'll leave this place to you. Li Lingtian nodded and gently caressed Huang Fuyuyan's face with a look of pity. Lingtian, be careful. Husband, take care. May or will wait for you. Big brother, you are the most powerful Ji Yi's guardian. Ji Yi believes that you will definitely sweep away the demons. Young master, don't worry. Qingling will take good care of Ji Yi and the others. The girls returned to the War God and shouted as they watched Li Lingtian and Long Da's disappearing figures. At that moment, Li Lingtian and Long Da had already disappeared from the sky. With Li Lingtian's cultivation base and the power of the thunderclap wings, he was faster than a martial emperor powerhouse's teleportation. Long Da also used the dragon tribe's powerful physique to fly through the sky. Chapter 417. The Mysterious Old Man. Qingzhou had been peaceful for thousands of years. However, a few years ago, the demons secretly invaded the Green Continent. The three empires were used by the demons of the Serenity Plains to attack the Sky Dragon Empire. Who would have thought that Sky Dragon Empire would have such a heaven-defying genius? Li Lingtian, a Sky Cloud sect disciple, rose to prominence and single-handedly challenged a martial grandmaster or martial emperor. He had become Sky Dragon Empire's #1 genius at the age of 17. With his powerful strength and intelligence, he swept across Green Island and was invincible wherever he went. After forcing back the Sky Dragon Empire's powerful enemies and extorting the three empires, 10 supreme martial emperors and the demon race's martial-honored powerhouses finally killed Li Lingtian in secret. The final blow triggered the god's wrath, and Li Lingtian vanished into thin air. He had thought that the Green Continent would calm down, but he had not expected that the three empires would not give up. They had attacked Sky Dragon Empire and destroyed it. The demons had invaded. They had no choice but to withdraw from Sky Dragon Empire. The four empires and some Humid experts from Green Continent had to resist the attack of the demons in Serenity Plains. However, the power of Green Continent was too weak. Green Continent, which could be swept away by a martial honor, had thousands of martial honors, martial emperors, and hundreds of martial emperor powerhouses. Green Continent did not have the slightest ability to resist. The invasion of Yojo's experts and the dispatch of such a powerful lineup puzzled the world. The four empires were facing terrifying enemies, and countless humans were being slaughtered. The Sky Dragon Empire was even more so. More than half of the demons were gathered in the Sky Dragon Empire. The Sky Dragon Empire had fallen, and all the experts had come to the Sky Cloud Sect's Sky Screen Mountain Range. Currently, the Sky Screen Mountain Range had almost become the gathering place for Sky Dragon Empire's powerhouses. In the Divine Cloud Palace, Grand Elder Ling Mingho's expression was grave. Moreover, all the powerhouses present had injuries on their bodies and looked extremely miserable. Sky Dragon Empire has already fallen. The demons of Yuzhou have invaded. It's impossible for us to escape from Qingzhou, Ling Mingho said seriously. In front of countless martial honors and martial emperors, they could even encounter martial emperor powerhouses at any time. How could some martial ancestors and martial emperors escape Azure Continent? Even if it was here, it would be destroyed in an instant. This year, the Green Continent was in chaos. The Heavenly Dragon was attacked. Now, the country was destroyed, and countless experts had disappeared. Brother Ling is right. We can't escape or fight now. We can only wait for death. Why did the demons of Yuzhou Province attack the Green Province so wantonly? Is there any treasure in Green Province that is worth attacking? Our Green Province is a poor place with few resources. Compared to the Yuzhou Province, it's a remote place. I think the Yuzhou Province wants something important here, but we don't know about it. Countless martial monarchs and martial supremacies have surrounded Sky Cloud Sect. There are still more than 40 martial emperors. Even if we escape, we won't stand a chance. All of a sudden, all the experts were discussing animatedly. Those who could come to the Divine Cloud Palace were all martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors. The martial emperors and martial arts grandmasters here were all the remnants of the entire Sky Dragon Empire. In the face of an unrivaled expert, no matter how many people there were, no matter how much attention they paid, it would be useless. The Yuzhou demons didn't even consider the above conditions and simply slaughtered them. Sky Peak was extremely quiet. In the Sky Pavilion, a beautiful girl was staring at the sky. There was no change in her expression. Her small hand was supporting her chin. This situation had been the same for the past few years. Almost half of the time, every day, she saw this kind of scenery. The young girl did not speak. She just looked at the sky, as if there was something she liked in the sky. Even during the chaos of the Green Continent and the invasion of the demons, the girl's expression did not change at all, as if this world did not belong to her. Miss, go back and rest. At this moment, a girl dressed as a maid walked up to him and called out softly, how long has it been? The beautiful girl was naturally Tang Ziming. When she spoke, she was also very calm. She was no longer as happy and lively as before. Miss, it's already been 4 years, Qing Ping said seriously. Her young miss's words had become a habit for the past 4 years. Ever since Li Lingtian was killed by the light of God's wrath and vanished into thin air, the young lady's face had lost its smile. She was no longer the lively young lady she used to be. In the Sky Pavilion, Lu Xuefeng and his wife, Tang Ziming, Qingping, and Xiao Xiao were present. Although a few years had passed, this place was still quiet. It was like a paradise, and no one came to disturb it. The invasion of the demons had already surrounded Sky Cloud Sect, but they did not make a move. This puzzled countless experts. Days passed. On this day, the peaceful Sky Cloud Sect was suddenly filled with monstrous, demonic qi. The shocking demonic qi rolled over from the sky as countless demons rushed over. In the sky, there were hundreds of martial honors, thousands of martial emperors and martial grandmasters, and more importantly, there were 17 martial emperor powerhouses. Divine Wind, come out. As long as you open the demon sealing god array, the millions of demons in Green Continent will leave Green Continent and return you Green Continent. At this moment, a thunder-like voice exploded. A giant devil floated in the air, and its entire body was filled with shocking demonic qi. The countless experts of Sky Cloud Sect were killed by the demonic qi. Every second, countless martial artists died. In the face of the demonic qi, even martial kings had no chance of resisting. The giant demons were the 3 most powerful demons among the 47 martial monarch realm experts. They had already reached the 6th heaven of the martial monarch realm. The Serenity Plains had sent out such a powerful demon race, just for one thing. Who is the Divine Phoenix? Is the Serenity Plains here for the Divine Wind, or what happened? Could it be that this is the only excuse to attack and destroy the Azure Continent? If you want to kill, then kill. Why are you looking for an excuse? Countless experts from the Divine Cloud Palace had already come out. Although they were all martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors, there were still hundreds of them. The hermit experts who were usually invisible were also gathered here. Even if there were so many martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors, the other party only needed one martial honor to wipe out all the experts in a moment. Moreover, the other party had hundreds of Supreme Realm experts and dozens of Martial Monarch Realm experts. Who else could resolve this crisis? Even the forces of the Azure Continent and the Black Continent could not resolve this crisis. Rumble, rumble. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying demonic aura pressed down. Even if they did not make a move, the demonic aura pressure of a Martial Supreme and Martial Emperor was enough to kill all the powerhouses of Sky Dragon Empire. Countless martial artists were corroded and killed by the demonic qi. Even martial kings could only circulate their cultivation techniques to resist. If they were not careful, they would be crushed to death by the demonic qi in the sky. The Sky Cloud Sect experts were helpless as they watched countless disciples being killed by the demonic qi. Divine Wind, if you don't come out, everyone in Sky Dragon Empire will be destroyed and become puppets. The giant demon Aoli looked at the humans who were dying like ants and revealed an excited smile. He looked at the depths of Sky Cloud Sect coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the martial emperors and martial supremacies exploded with their might. The shocking demonic qi pressed down again. Instantly, countless martial artists were killed instantly. Martial kings could not resist at all. Even martial grandmasters could only use their cultivation techniques to resist the corrosion of the demonic qi. Aren't you afraid of the divine martial continent's annihilation? A faint old voice rang out. An old man appeared in the air. No one knew how he came, nor did anyone know who this old man was. Countless martial artists and demons looked at the old man in the air, puzzled. Divine Wind, it's him.
2 voices shouted out.
One was the martial emperor powerhouse of the devil race, and the other was Ling Mingho. Brother Ling, you know him? A 5th-level martial emperor looked at the old man in the sky and asked Ling Mingho. The other warriors looked at Ling Mingho. Who was this old man? Could it be that the demons of Serenity Plains were here for this old man? It was too far-fetched to destroy the Green Continent for an old man without any cultivation base. No, this old man didn't have any cultivation. How could he fly and float in the air? Countless experts were puzzled. I don't know him either. He's just an ordinary old man cleaning the Sky Cloud Sect's library. He's in charge of some skills. How can he be a divine wind? Ling Haoming was shocked in his heart. This old man was the old man in the library pavilion. He didn't expect that such an old man was actually the divine wind that the fiend race powerhouse mentioned. How is that possible? Since he's someone from your library pavilion, how can you not know his background? Could it be that you called an unknown person to guard the library pavilion? For a moment, all the experts were in disbelief. Not only did they not believe it, even the experts of Sky Cloud Sect would not believe it. He has always been in the library pavilion. When I was still a warrior, he was already there. Even after so many years, he would still be there. Ling Haoming also felt that something was wrong. This old man had been in the library when he was a warrior. He didn't expect that after a few hundred years, he had already become the sect master, even the supreme elder, and now the martial emperor. However, this old man was still the same as before. Not to mention his cultivation strength, just his lifespan was terrifying. All the warriors saw Ling Mingho's confusion and believed that Ling Mingho didn't know anything. They all looked up at the sky and resisted the erosion of the demonic qi. Haha, since when has our Yuzhou province ever been afraid of being killed by other humans? Open the demon god sealing formation, and I can spare your life. Ollie the giant demon said loudly, but his expression became a little serious. Others might not know, but he knew how terrifying this old man was. So you knew that I was here. No wonder you attacked Green Island with great fanfare. It's impossible for you to expect me to open the demon sealing god array. The old man said indifferently. The old man, who seemed to have no cultivation at all, had an incomparably sharp gaze. Wherever his gaze passed, countless powerful demons could only lower their heads and did not dare to meet his gaze. Countless warriors were shocked by this situation. They didn't know where this old man came from. He actually wanted the Serenity Plains to send so many experts to attack the Green Plains. Chapter 418 Divine Wind Martial Saint. Junior, get out of my sight, the old man said coldly. His aura erupted from his entire body. He was no longer that unremarkable little old man, but a super expert. The shocking aura tore apart the endless demonic qi. Countless powerful demons were also frightened and quickly retreated 2 meters, looking at the old man in shock. Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. You're indeed powerful. However, your current cultivation is only at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm, right? After a while, Ao Li said loudly. The other martial emperors could also see the cultivation of Divine Wind. It was only at the 7th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Although it was powerful, it could be subdued by millions of devil race experts, martial emperors, and martial venerables. If this Divine Wind's cultivation had recovered, they could only escape. But now, they were no longer afraid. Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. It's the Divine Wind Martial Saint of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. Why is he here in the Green Continent? Martial Saint. Why did a martial saint come to the Azure Continent? All of a sudden, countless experts in Sky Cloud Sect were shocked. It turned out that the target of Serenity Plains was the Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. Why did the Divine Wind Martial Saint hide in Sky Cloud Sect for so many years? A martial saint had caused the destruction of the Azure Continent. This was too unjust. Judging from the situation, the Holy Wind Martial Saint's cultivation was only at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. Why was a martial saint powerhouse only at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm? Countless questions appeared in the hearts of the Sky Cloud sect experts. However, at this moment, they had no chance to think at all because they had to resist the corrosion of the demonic chi. Haha, Divine Wind, do you think you're still a martial saint? You were injured by the Demon Lord. With your current cultivation, do you still have a chance to defeat us? The giant demon Aeoli laughed loudly, pointing at the numerous demon experts behind him with one hand. Everyone naturally knew that even if a martial emperor blocked it, it was impossible for him to be a match for so many martial emperors and martial venerables. In this place, there were 2 sixth heaven martial emperors, and the rest were at the first and second heaven. Even with such a combination, it would be easy for them to kill a 7th heaven martial emperor. Moreover, the battle between the demon race's martial emperor and the human powerhouses was enough to destroy the world. All the powerhouses in the Sky Dragon Empire would be implicated. Even if the Divine Wind martial saint won this battle, the Sky Dragon Empire would be destroyed. Then let's try. The Divine Wind martial saint's expression kept changing. The other party was right. His cultivation was only at the 7th heaven of the martial emperor realm, and his injuries were severe. He could not defeat so many martial emperor demons. Although he was only a 7th heaven martial monarch realm expert, with his experience and methods as a martial saint, he did not care about these things. The only thing the demons cared about was the martial artists behind them. If he was no match for them in a great battle, he could escape, but all the warriors of Green Island would be destroyed. At this time, he could not hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, a shocking spiritual energy suddenly spun and bombarded countless demons. Rumble. With an explosion, all the martial emperors and martial honored realm experts dodged. However, countless demons below the martial emperor realm were not killed. The power of a 7th heaven martial emperor expert, the experience and means of a martial saint, was earth-shattering with just one strike. The Sky Dragon Empire's experts were terrified as they watched. They did not know that a martial emperor expert was so terrifying. During this period of time, although the Azure continent had been destroyed, the martial emperor powerhouses of the demon race had never made a move. Only a few martial honor powerhouses had made a move. When the martial honor powerhouses attacked, they could destroy the world. No one dared to resist. They did not even have the chance to escape. Rumble. When the battle began, the Divine Wind martial saint killed hundreds and thousands of demons with each strike. Even the experts of the martial sect and martial emperor realm disappeared in an instant. Seeing the power of the 7th level martial emperor realm, dozens of martial emperors and hundreds of martial honors kept flashing. They did not fight the Divine Wind because they wanted the demons to consume the true origin of the Divine Wind. However, in front of a 7th level martial emperor, there were times when it was too late to dodge. In just a few breaths, 3 martial emperors were killed and hundreds of revered martial artists were defeated. He won't be able to hold on for long if we use the array formation, Osho shouted loudly. They were both at the 6th heaven of the martial emperor realm, and with the addition of Aeoli, the two of them were not afraid at all. Looking at the attacks of the Divine Wind, although each attack was destructive, the two of them could see that the Divine Wind was also the end of the strong attack. Their injuries had relapsed, and they could not hold on for long. As he spoke, he unleashed a shocking demonic aura to destroy the experts of Sky Dragon Empire. They could not deal with the 7th heaven, but they could easily kill the martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors of Sky Dragon Empire. In an instant, countless demons fell, and countless experts died. On the sky peak, Tang Ziming and Lu Suifeng were looking at the demonic qi between heaven and earth. The formation was resisting the demonic qi, but it couldn't hold on for long. Even if the demons didn't do anything, the formation wouldn't last long and would be broken. They were extremely shocked when they saw the battle between the martial emperor powerhouses. In the past, no one had seen a battle between martial honors. Even a battle between martial emperors was rare. They did not expect so many martial emperors and martial honors to appear. The battle was completely like a battle between gods and demons. At this moment, the mighty divine wind spat out a mouthful of blood. It clutched its chest in pain, its face pale. The dozen or so attacks had killed countless demons, but they were of no use at all. Even if he continued to kill, it was not something he could deal with alone. If this continued, even if he was not injured, his true essence would be exhausted. At that time, Azure Continent would also be destroyed. Haha, haha, divine wind martial saint, so that's all you're capable of, do it, destroy it. Aeoli laughed out loud when he saw the divine wind's injury return. In this situation, as long as he could hold the divine wind back, he would be able to completely wipe it out. Then, he would be able to kill the divine wind and activate the demon sealing god formation. Rumble, rumble, da rumble, da ah. Explosions rang out, and the world collapsed. Countless screams sounded. Sky Dragon Empire's martial artists continued to die. The divine wind was also surrounded by all the martial monarch realm experts and bombarded continuously. Even if the divine wind had the means of a martial saint, the treasures of a martial saint, and the heaven-ranked divine power of a martial saint, his cultivation was only at the martial monarch realm. He could only be attacked by all the martial monarch realm experts for a moment. The world was filled with pitch-black, demonic chi. The entire Green Island was completely enveloped by demonic chi. At this moment, 10,000 miles away from Sky Cloud Sect, two figures tore through space. Wherever they passed, they brought with them a shocking gale that tore through space. Boomed, roar. A white-robed youth and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's body swayed, and he instantly transformed into a 100-meter-long flying dragon. A shocking dragon aura and wisps of poisonous fog continuously corroded the demonic aura in the world. Countless demons looked at the approaching figures from afar and rushed forward, without hesitation. However, they were bombarded by destructive attacks. Hundreds of martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors disappeared in an instant. The 100-year-old young man was Li Lingtian. He was a giant flying dragon, and naturally he was Longda. The two of them continued to display their most terrifying speed and arrived at Sky Dragon Empire in just a day. After a short while, they arrived at Sky Dragon City. However, Sky Dragon City had long been destroyed. The two of them did not hesitate at all and ignored the other demons. They quickly flew towards Sky Cloud Sect, hoping to see that Sky Cloud Sect still existed. The two figures did not stop for even a second after killing all the demons that blocked them. Wherever they passed, the wind tore through countless martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors. Roared, roar. Li Lingtian watched the battle in the distance and watched the countless powerhouses fall. He knew that Sky Cloud Sect had not disappeared yet, but it was only a matter of time. A roar that was like the roar of a dragon shook the space. The roar caused the hearts of countless demons to tremble. This furious roar made countless demons feel the monstrous anger of the owner of the voice. Longda was also enraged. Li Lingtian was his master, and it was only natural that he would not feel good when he saw his master's rage. Rumbled at rumble. Li Lingtian flew at high speed while he casually swung the heaven and earth conflagration and earth crushing in his hand. These skills would be useless against martial venerables and martial emperors. However, against a large group of martial emperors, these skills were definitely the most powerful. Large swaths of demons were destroyed. Longda's huge body directly entered the demons. His body swayed, and countless demons were turned into ashes.
Ah!
An earth-shattering roar and a towering rage rose to the sky. This commotion was also noticed by the Sky Cloud Sect's warriors and demons in front. All the demons and experts looked at the destructive rain of fire in the sky and the earth-shattering destructive power. They were all shocked. What kind of expert could have such a powerful attack and such anger? There was no martial monarch realm expert among the human powerhouses in Green Continent, but such a destructive attack had appeared. The thunderclap wings on Li Lingtian's shoulder flashed, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in midair. Then his body flashed again, and he disappeared. Ed, it's the thunderclap wings. Why do you have the thunderclap wings? This is young noble Ling Tian's thunderclap wings. Wasn't he destroyed by the light of divine wrath? Countless Sky Dragon Empire experts saw the thunderclap wings on the back of the figure in the sky. This thunderclap wings was unique and was also the treasure of that legendary figure. However, that legendary figure had been killed by the god's fury light a few years ago. How did the thunderclap wings appear here? Ha 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 ha, and I knew it was impossible for you to die. At this moment, the Holy Wind Martial Saint who was besieged and injured laughed out loud. He laughed so excitedly that it made people's hearts tremble. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure in the air appeared again. He floated steadily in the air, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Destructive explosions kept coming from afar. With every explosion, countless martial emperors and martial supremes died. However, that destructive existence did not tremble at all. It quickly rushed toward Sky Cloud Sect and killed a bloody path. Wherever it passed, whether it was a martial emperor, a martial supreme, or even a martial emperor, they could only be killed. Chapter 419. A Strong Return. Young Noble Ling Tian. Li Ling Tian. It's young noble Ling Tian. All of a sudden, the experts of Sky Dragon Empire recognized the young man floating in the air and were excited. Countless powerhouses were in disbelief. Li Lingtian was destroyed by the god's wrath 3 years ago. They did not expect him to appear at this critical moment. Furthermore, the young master Ling Tian from 3 years ago was only a martial ancestor. However, this young man now had a terrifying strength. The attack he had just unleashed was heaven-defying. No one would not believe that he was a martial emperor powerhouse. Tian, it really is my Tian, or big brother Ling Tian, it's big brother Ling Tian. On Tianyu Peak, Lu Suifeng and his wife, as well as Tang Ziming and the others, exclaimed when they saw Li Lingtian in the sky. Their faces were filled with surprise and joy. They were so excited that they had found something they had lost. Nothing could be happier than this. Moreover, the person she lost was their son, her fiancé, and her most beloved big brother Ling Tian. The last time Li Lingtian died, it was a fate worse than death. In the past few years, no one had ever smiled. They did not expect Li Lingtian to return at this time. Moreover, it seemed like Li Lingtian had used a forbidden movement technique to rush back. They couldn't hold it in any longer and left Tianyu Peak, running toward Sky Cloud's sex experts. Rumbled at rumble. All the Asmodeans in the world had stopped, including the Divine Wind Martial Saint. Only a huge flying dragon was charging forward, destroying everything in its path. Young master, leave this place to me. In a flash, Longda arrived beside Li Lingtian. Her 100-meter-long body swayed continuously, but she spoke in human language. Even a fool would know that the three of them were the most important people to Li Lingtian when it saw a girl running toward it with a middle-aged couple by her side. 7th rank, 5th rank True Dragon. A mere 3rd-level Supreme Realm expert. Aoli looked at Longda and Li Lingtian as he spoke in disdain. However, he was shocked in his heart. The two of them did not possess high cultivation levels, but they managed to kill their way in so easily. Not a single person was left alive in their wake, and tens of thousands of Asmodeans perished. Humph, die on the spot and don't move. If you move, I'll slaughter your entire Yuzhou province. Li Lingtian snorted coldly before he turned around, and walked down step by step. It was as if there were stairs in the air as he looked at the girl running toward him with tears in his eyes. All the demons and experts were ignored by him. In his eyes, there was only that girl and that middle-aged couple in this world. Soon, Li Lingtian landed on the ground and looked at the girl in front of him with a gentle gaze. He had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were moist. "Big brother Lingtian, is it really you?" Tang Ziming looked at the young man in white in front of her. He was still as elegant as before, but he was more calm than before, and he had more boldness and charm. This figure was the person he had been dreaming of. This figure was the person he had watched helplessly as he was destroyed. This figure had appeared at this moment. She couldn't believe that everything she saw was real. So, what if it was an illusion? Even if it was an illusion, she still saw the person she loved. "Meng Meng, big brother Lingtian is back." Li Lingtian's voice was choked with sobs as he looked at the peerless beauty in front of him. He felt a wave of pain in his heart. He did not know how he had survived these few years. He reached out and hugged the girl who was pouncing on him tightly. He was worried that he would disappear and become an illusion if he was not careful. "Big brother Lingtian, you're really back." She felt a warm embrace and a strong arm. However, she still could not believe it was real because everyone had witnessed Li Lingtian being destroyed by the god's wrath before he vanished into thin air. "Meng Meng, I'm really back. I'm back from the Azure continent. Sister Qingyu is back too. She'll be here soon." Li Lingtian consoled her. If he did not explain himself, no one would believe him. As he spoke, he took out a jade pendant that Tang Ziming had given him. "Big brother Lingtian, Meng Meng saw you die and wanted to go with you, but Meng Meng has to take care of uncle and aunt. Meng Meng really wants to go find you. Even if it's in the infernal realm, I'll be happy as long as I see you." Tang Ziming sobbed in Li Lingtian's arms. Li Lingtian's gentle comforting made Tang Ziming feel that his presence was real. At that moment, Lu Xuefeng and his wife arrived in front of Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had no choice but to let Tang Ziming separate. "Mother, father, Tian is unfilial." Li Lingtian knelt down. He was an orphan in his previous life. Now that he had parents in this life, he did not fulfill the filial duty of a son and instead made his parents sad. "Tian it's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Tian you're still alive. I missed you so much." Lu Xuefeng and his wife looked at Li Lingtian, who was kneeling on the ground. This was not an illusion or a dream. It was real. Qin Susu pulled Li Lingtian up and hugged him tightly. Although it was a little strange for her lost son to return, it was no longer important. Even if it was just an illusion, as long as she could see her son again, everything else did not matter. "If you move, I will kill you." In the sky, Long Da's shocking aura burst out, and countless demons trembled. Even Wu Zun and Martial Emperor looked at Long Da with fear. This true dragon was actually a level 7, level 5, which was equivalent to a level 5 Martial Emperor. Countless powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire looked at the gigantic flying dragon in the sky before they shifted their attention to Li Lingtian. They were both excited and confused. The ones who were excited were the appearance of young noble Lingtian. This was because young noble Lingtian had never been defeated before. Even though he was facing so many powerful demons, he still gave them a trace of hope. Moreover, with the addition of a Tier 7, Level 5 True Dragon, the hope was even greater. What puzzled him was that Li Lingtian had been destroyed by the god's wrath's light. He had vanished into thin air for a few years before reappearing. Furthermore, his cultivation base had already reached such a terrifying level. Longda roared when he saw that the few powerful martial monarch realm experts were getting restless. Even though he was afraid of the 2-6 heaven martial emperor realm demons, this was a life and death battle. If he could not save Li Lingtian's family, he would be furious. You're just a level 5-7 stage. Don't tell me you want to turn the world upside down. Aoli snorted coldly and looked at Longda and the Divine Wind Martial Saint, who was not far away. Although the Divine Wind Martial Saint was only at the 7th heaven and had just been seriously injured, his Zhenyuan had been exhausted. However, now that there was an additional Tier 7 Level 5 True Dragon and a mysterious and powerful youth, the situation was not as easy as before. It had become somewhat difficult to resolve the matter here. Now that the True Dragon and the mysterious young man were here, the Divine Wind could kill them all. Even if 2 6th-level Martial Emperors joined forces, they might not be able to kill the Divine Wind Martial Saint in a short time. Aoli, Osho, you can all stay here today. The Holy Wind Martial Saint glanced at Longda. With this True Dragon, if the two of them work together, there should be a high chance. It was just that he did not know what level that kid's cultivation strength had reached to actually rush back at this critical moment. Do it. Erase everything. With Aoli's order, all the demons unleashed their devilish chi and launched shocking attacks at any time. Once they attacked, this place would be completely destroyed. Today, all of you will stay here, Li Lingtian said coldly. His voice was calm, but it made all the warriors and demons tremble. It was a display of vigor, confidence, and strength. Father, mother, just you wait. Tian, or we'll settle the matter here first. Meng, wait until Big Brother Ling Tian gets rid of them. He turned around and looked at Lu Suifeng and his wife. He bowed respectfully and spoke to Tang Ziming gently. He reached out and stroked Tang Ziming's face. He used to do this often, and it was also the action that Tang Ziming was most familiar with and liked. After saying that, his body flashed and disappeared in a strange manner. When he reappeared, he was already in the air, standing on the other side of Longda. Li Lingtian, Longda, and the Divine Wind Martial Saint formed a triangular formation. This formation was meant to exterminate all the Asmodeans here. All the warriors and internals understood Li Lingtian's intentions. Just by standing there, one could tell the scheming and strength of a powerhouse. After I left Azure Continent, some people started to get restless. Now, even some clowns are bullying Sky Cloud's sect. Since you have such guts, you must be mentally prepared to pay the price. As Li Lingtian rose into the air, his expression was icy cold. His aura surged, and he no longer had the gentleness he had when he was down there. He was now a powerhouse without any emotions. The expert who wanted to destroy all demons swept his cold gaze over the hundreds of thousands of demons. Wherever his gaze passed, all the demons felt a wave of trembling. All the experts below were in an uproar. How dare they say such a big thing in front of hundreds of thousands of demons and countless martial supremes and martial emperors? There were thousands of martial emperors here, let alone martial supremes and martial emperors. These martial emperors could wipe out the entire Green Island. Arrogant. Kill them. Osho also felt that something was wrong. He could not tell exactly what was wrong, but he would never have thought that this young man would bring them a threat of destruction. This was because this young man's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the martial honored realm. Any random 5th or 6th level martial honored devil here would be able to eliminate him. At that moment, they were most afraid of Longda and the Divine Wind Martial Saint's combined attack. Without any hesitation, they gave the order and countless internals unleashed their earth-shattering attacks, bombarding the Divine Wind Martial Saint and Longda while a portion of the powerhouses attacked Li Lingtian. The overwhelming demonic chi and destructive attacks engulfed Li Lingtian and the other two in an instant. Countless powerhouses below were horrified. With such a lineup and attack, even the strongest powerhouse would fall. Chapter 420. Great Battle Against the Demons. Boom. Amidst the devastating attacks, 3 figures burst out. Long Da's huge body swayed and blocked the countless attacks. As a true dragon, a level 7, level 5 existence, other than 2/6 Heaven Martial Emperors and 3/5 Heaven Martial Emperors, no other demons could hurt him. The Divine Wind Martial Saint was even simpler. A golden shield negated all the attacks, and he left the attack range. Liam Tian was the only one who stood amidst the storm of attacks. When he unleashed the Great Cloud Palm, the demonic chi attacks between heaven and earth were neutralized. The Great Cloud Palm dissipated, and the remaining force of the demonic chi landed on his body. The light shield of the true dragon's body protection blocked all the remaining force of the attack.
Die.
9 heavens of ice and fire. Extermination.
Die.
Li Lingtian shouted coldly, like the Grim Reaper from hell. A shocking aura soared into the sky. He clasped his hands together, and an aura of death and an aura of destruction appeared in the world. At the same time, an aura of extermination replaced the two auras. The entire world was filled with an aura of extermination. A beam of destructive four-colored light with an aura of extermination ruthlessly bombarded hundreds of thousands of demons. Da rumble, don't resist, da rumble, swoosh, 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 A huge pillar of light tore through space and directly bombarded hundreds of thousands of demons. Wherever the pillar of light passed, everything was destroyed and demonic chi dissipated. Explosions rang out one after another. The stronger the resistance, the more terrifying the power of the light pillar. Upon realizing this situation, a few martial emperor powerhouses shouted loudly. However, it was too late. A third heaven martial emperor unleashed a shocking demonic aura that bombarded the light pillar fiercely. A shocking explosion sounded, and the world collapsed. The third heaven martial emperor devil race was thrown out, but he was not killed. However, when the explosion sounded, a halo with the aura of extermination spread out. The halo spread out rapidly and extended for a full 10 miles. Wherever the halo passed, everything disappeared and turned into nothingness. Only the martial emperor powerhouses were not killed. Even among the Supreme Realm powerhouses, dozens of them were directly destroyed by this attack. 3 martial emperors and the third heaven martial emperor who was resisting were also destroyed by the halo. A simple attack had destroyed tens of thousands of demons, hundreds of martial arts grandmasters, martial emperors, dozens of martial honors, and a few martial emperors. All the demon and human experts were stunned by this scene. They didn't expect such a strike to have such devastating consequences. Naturally, the powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire knew that this attack was Li Lingtian's trump card. However, they did not expect it to be this powerful. Roar, kill them, kill them. Longda was excited when he saw Li Lingtian's domineering aura. With a loud roar, his massive body charged toward the demonic tribe powerhouse with a destructive force. The Divine Wind Martial Saint was the same. He circulated all his vital essence, but it had already reached the point of exhaustion. Catch! Li Lingtian's voice rang out. With a flick of his finger, he tossed a pill over. The Holy Wind Martial Saint didn't just look at it indifferently. He threw it into his mouth without hesitation. His expression changed drastically, and he became excited. The originally exhausted true essence instantly recovered to its peak in front of this medicinal pill. With his true essence at its peak, coupled with Li Lingtian's domineering and Longda's formidable strength, there was nothing to be afraid of. All of a sudden, his blood boiled as he unleashed devastating attacks at Olioshu. Senior, hold down Olioshu. Longda, kill the 3 of them. Li Lingtian continued to bombard the Asmodeans with his attacks as he shouted. At this moment, he could not care less about anything else as he immediately made arrangements. This was the only way he could hope to defeat the Asmodeans. All right, I believe you have the ability. This subordinate will definitely eliminate the three of them. Young master, be careful. The divine wind martial saint answered straightforwardly. He was not displeased by Li Lingtian's instructions at all. Instead, he was more excited. Longda unleashed his shocking power as he replied loudly. The shocking dragon Qi dispersed the endless devil Qi, and countless devils were directly destroyed by the dragon Qi. Since you've come to Green Island, then stay here with peace of mind. Do you think there's no one left in Green Continent? Li Lingtian said coldly. His voice was calm as he glanced at the hundreds of thousands of infernals and activated his true essence. A shocking sword intent surged out, and he stood proudly between heaven and earth like a sharp sword. Sword intent. It's still that familiar sword intent. This sword intent is many times stronger than it was 3 years ago. Just this sword intent alone can destroy the demons below the martial emperor realm. What a terrifying sword intent. Countless experts of Sky Dragon Empire felt the sword intent in the air and were shocked. This sword intent had existed 3 years ago, but the current sword intent was countless times stronger than 3 years ago. Facing the countless terrifying demons, the experts of Sky Dragon Empire were already like buildings. Even if they went forward, they would only be courting death. Myriad swords return. Li Lingtian's sword will grow stronger and stronger. A stream of light appeared between his brows, and the heavenly fault sword appeared before him. Li Lingtian spoke in a cold voice as it spun continuously. With a wave of his hand, a ball of light appeared in his hand. He looked at the ball of light in his hand and completely ignored the attacks outside. As long as the martial emperor was not a fifth heaven devil, he would not be harmed by the true dragon protection and the limitless feather coat. It was impossible for him not to be attacked if he wanted to unleash a shocking attack. Fortunately, the divine wind martial saint and Longda had already stalled a few super martial emperor demons. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to use the myriad returning swords. However, although it seemed slow, it was actually very fast. The entire process took only a moment. Instantly, with him as the center, the area within 1,000 meters was filled with a world of swords. Tens of thousands of sharp swords floated in the air and spun continuously. These sharp swords were all profound level weapons and above. There were also countless emperor weapons, heaven weapons, and even more than 10 saint weapons. Myriad swords returned to the origin, the legendary divine power of the sword Tao. What a terrifying divine ability. So many profound armaments, emperor armaments, heaven armaments, and saint armaments, that I didn't expect to control the myriad returning swords. A series of shocked cries sounded. Looking at the power of the myriad returning swords, all the experts were shocked. The experts of the demon race were also trembling. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, tens of thousands of swords flew together, bringing with them destructive sword Qi and sword light. They pierced through space, forming a shocking sword net that covered the sky and earth as it bombarded the demons. Dot swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Qi, 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 dot, Between heaven and earth, there were the screams of demons, the sound of sharp swords piercing through the air, and the sound of sword Qi piercing through demons. Countless demons were destroyed in front of the myriad returning swords. Even Wu Zun and Martial Emperor would be destroyed endlessly when faced with the myriad returning swords. They would not be able to resist at all. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he gestured with one hand. The sword silk sword net formed by 10,000 swords changed its direction once again and bombarded the Asmodeans. Wherever the sword net passed, it was destroyed. Such a powerful sword net was 1,000 meters in size. Within 1,000 meters, all the demons were completely killed. Carrying the sword formation, he shuttled through hundreds of thousands of demons. Wherever the sword formation passed, he killed the demons in front of him with an invincible momentum. The powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire trembled as they watched Li Lingtian slaughter the Asmodeans like a grim reaper. A martial emperor, a martial venerable, and even a martial supreme were killed in an instant without any resistance. Rumble. At this moment, more than a dozen martial monarch realm experts were killed by the sword array, and the myriad returning swords were blocked. He decided to stop while he was ahead. With a single hand, he summoned the 10,000 swords back and shot them at Li Lingtian. A ball of light appeared, and all the sharp swords entered the ball of light before entering Li Lingtian's body. All the Asmodeans looked at Li Lingtian with fear in their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. This human youth's cultivation wasn't high, but the attack he unleashed was enough to destroy the world. With such strength, who else could withstand it? As Tang Ziming watched Li Lingtian fight in the air, a smile that she had not seen for a few years finally appeared on her face. She stared at Li Lingtian in the air in a daze. In her eyes, Big Brother Lingtian was a war god, an undefeatable war god. Roar! Roar! Boom! Boomed! Rumble! In the sky, the 3/5 Heaven Martial Emperors and 2/6 Heaven Martial Emperors were entangled by Longda and the Divine Wind Martial Saint. They were all shocked to see Li Lingtian destroy the myriad returning swords. Only Longda remained calm because in his eyes, no matter what Li Lingtian did, it was reasonable. The Divine Wind Martial Saint was also extremely excited when he saw the myriad returning swords. He did not expect this move to reach such a terrifying level. The two of them were happy, but the few super demons were shocked. Under this move, who knew how many tens of thousands of demons died? Although they were only martial arts grandmasters, martial emperors, martial venerables, and martial emperors, this had affected the morale of the demon race. It had also affected his confidence. Now, he no longer had that confidence. Instead, he felt a powerful threat. Now, he finally understood that the real threat was this young man, not Longda and Divine Wind. Roar! Kill them! Longda and Divine Wind were excited, and were also in the mood to kill. Although the 3/5 Heaven Martial Monarch realm experts were powerful, they could not gain the slightest advantage against the might of the great true dragon. Instead, they were beaten into a sorry state by the Dragon Roar battle halberd in Longda's hand. At this moment, Divine Wind was sneakily attacked by Aoli and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Divine Wind was injured once again. Osho took the opportunity to unleash a destructive attack, bringing with it destructive demonic chi as it bombarded the Divine Wind. "You're courting death." Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw the danger on Divine Wind's side. It was not easy for a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor to be injured by a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor. Divine Wind's injuries were not just average. He naturally recognized this old man as the one in the library. He didn't expect this old man to be the Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 Martial Saints of the Divine Continent. He circulated the true essence in his body to the limit again. With a wave of his hand, a long saber appeared in his hand. The long saber emitted a shocking pressure that suppressed countless experts and demons. Chapter 421. Shocking Battle 1. Tyrannical Blade Art. Desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as the divine weapon's pressure filled the space. There was no longer a trace of sword intent on his body. Instead, there was an overbearing saber intent that was unparalleled. He swung down the heavenly extreme tyrant emperor saber in his hand, and 10 saber rays slashed down with endless saber intent. Their target was Osho. The space trembled, and the sky was split into 2 halves in front of the saber light. Walla. Chi, Cece, 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 hissed. 10 tyrannical saber lights with saber intent slashed down in front of Osho without any suspense. Sensing the threat of death from the blade light in the air, Osho gave up on the Divmi wind and used the most powerful blue demon shield. After using the blue demon shield, Osho did not feel safe at all. The world fell silent in front of the 10 saber lights. No one dared to make a sound, afraid that the world would be destroyed if they made a sound. Hundreds of thousands of demons did not make a sound, and neither did the human experts. However, an ear-piercing sound rang out in the air. In the silent air, the sound of the saber light and the shield colliding was extremely ear-piercing. The 10 consecutive saber rays seemed to be 10, but they were extremely fast. All 10 saber rays landed on the shield at the same time. There was the sound of cloth being torn apart, followed by a miserable cry that resounded through the world. The 6th Heaven Martial Emperor Ao Xiao was split into 2. The huge demon was cut in half by the saber light and lost its vitality again. Whoosh! All of the demon and human experts let out a breath of cold air. Their expressions were dull, as if they had seen a ghost. How could they describe this? Was it heaven-defying? Even heaven-defying couldn't be described. A 3rd-level Supreme Realm expert had killed a 6th-level Martial Emperor Realm expert in one move. Even if it was an illusion, it would not be like this. Young Nobling Tian, da Young Nobling Tian, da Young Nobling Tian. Countless powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire cheered. If Li Lingtian had given them a glimmer of hope earlier, their hopes were even greater now that they had witnessed Li Lingtian's return of 10,000 swords with their own eyes. However, there were too many demons after all. There were also 6th and 5th Heaven Martial Emperors. There were also hundreds of thousands of Asmodeans that could not be killed. Any one of these Asmodeans could easily wipe them out. With the addition of Li Lingtian and Longda, their hopes were increased by half. Now that Li Lingtian had killed the strongest level 6 Martial Monarch Realm expert in a single move, they were shocked but more excited. The strongest expert had killed one of them, and the other was no match for Li Lingtian. This battle was destined for mankind's victory. Tang Ziming looked at the confident and domineering Li Lingtian in the air with a blissful expression on her face. Lu Suifeng and his wife were also looking at their son. Their son had finally grown up and become a super strong man.
All right.
The Holy Wind Martial Saint was overjoyed when he saw Li Lingtian save him and kill a 6th Firmament Martial Emperor. His face was filled with excitement. It was the first time he was so excited in hundreds of years. There was nothing happier than seeing a junior truly grow up. Kill, kill. Longda roared in excitement. Although he was at a disadvantage when facing 3 Asmodeans of the same rank as a Tier 7 Level 5, his fighting spirit soared. Seeing Li Lingtian's dominance, his fighting spirit increased exponentially. Kill them. Divine Wind Martial Saint didn't care about the injuries on his body. Even if his injuries were so serious that he died, he would still give it his all. A man should be hot-blooded and bloody. Moreover, he could now hand over the matters of Green Island. He no longer had any scruples and circulated his true chi. A trace of the true essence of a martial saint expert was inside, and a shocking skill was displayed. Rumbled at rumble. His fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. For a moment, the world trembled again. Kill them. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness moved, and he put away the celestial extreme overlord saber. His hands were empty, and he had no intention of using his weapon against the enemy. With a loud roar, all the true essence in his body disappeared, and in exchange a shocking dragon chi appeared. The true dragon body barrier was activated, and the divine dragon ring was opened. A shocking amount of pure dragon energy continuously surged into his body. With a flash, 4 giant dragons circled around him with a fierce and violent aura. The speed of his movement technique was not fast, but it carried an indomitable and destructive fighting spirit. The shocking fighting spirit and dragon qi emitted an invincible might as they bombarded forward. He would kill gods when he encountered gods and demons when he encountered demons. Rumble, boom.
Boom. Ah. Ah. Boom.
Boomed. Ah. Ah. The earth-shattering fist contained destructive power. Without any tricks, it bombarded the demon's body in circles. No matter if it was a martial emperor or a martial supreme, they would disappear into thin air with a single punch. Even a devil race at the 8th or 9th level of the martial supreme realm would be directly killed with a single punch. 6. With the power of the true dragon qi and the terrifying flaming divine fist, any move could turn rotten into magical in front of his cultivation. Even martial emperors did not dare to take his fist head-on. As for the countless attacks, they were completely blocked by the true dragon body barrier and the limitless feather coat on his body. The 4 giant dragons roared. Wherever the giant dragons passed, countless demons were crushed into pieces. Li Lingtian moved freely among the Asmodeans, going in and out of every Asmodean within 1,000 miles. Li Lingtian had killed a few of them. Countless Asmodeans fled quickly while countless powerhouses looked at Li Lingtian in the sky. Who is the real demon here? His shocking qi power and fighting spirit were unrivaled among thousands of demons. With each strike, a Force Emperor demon would die, and dozens of low-level demons would disappear. Roared, kill them. The 4 giant dragons roared, and Li Lingtian shouted loudly. He accelerated and swiftly weaved through the hundreds of thousands of Asmodeans. His figure was as fast as lightning, but wherever he passed, countless demons within 100 meters were turned into ashes. He was completely a killing machine. Dive, 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 boom, boom. Deep, cold voices rang out one after another, and the sounds of explosions rang out one after another. The Supreme Realm experts fell continuously. Even the Martial Emperor Realm experts were dumbfounded. As the Martial Supremes and Martial Emperors died one after another, the number of demons in the sky gradually decreased. However, to the hundreds of thousands of low-level demons, it still looked like a dark mass. However, the powerful, revered Martial Emperor from the Demon Clan was still being killed by Li Lingtian. Frost from the sky, freezing 1,000 miles. The thunderclap wings on Li Lingtian's shoulder flapped as he soared into the sky. He left the Asmodeans and hovered in the air. This time, the pressure on the countless Mo eased, and their hearts relaxed. If they were to be killed like this, they would be killed sooner or later. The few Supreme Martial Emperors were dumbfounded when they saw Li Lingtian's relentless assault. What the fuck was going on? They had actually encountered such a perverted powerhouse. However, when the Asmodeans relaxed, Li Lingtian's aura surged and the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted. Instantly, frost appeared on the ground within a radius of 100 miles. It was as cold as the 12th lunar month. Countless demon and human experts could not help but shiver. Li Lingtian extended his hand and a light blue, almost transparent sword appeared in his hand. When the long sword appeared, a shocking cold air descended, and the space between heaven and earth gradually froze. He cast a spell and waved his long sword. Instantly, the area within 100 miles turned into a glacier. Countless demons were imprisoned in the glacier. The Martial Emperor demon race and the demons above the 5th level of the Martial Honored Realm managed to escape, but the other demons were all imprisoned. Instantly freezing 100 miles caused countless demons and humans to tremble in fear. This was the true power of a mighty being. The powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire knew that Li Lingtian was a powerhouse with ice and fire dual martial souls. Furthermore, his ice martial soul was even more overbearing. They did not expect such a strike to bring about such terrifying power. Ice Vitality, Divine Fist. Li Lingtian's glabella twitched as he sheathed his sword. The aura on his body was once again unleashed to its maximum. His figure flashed, and he swooped down like a cannonball. A huge, transparent fist shadow ruthlessly smashed down on the glacier. His fist landed on the glacier that was 100 miles wide. Instantly, a transparent halo appeared on the surface of the glacier, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the glacier. Li Lingtian's body was jolted by the powerful impact, and he was suspended in the air once again. Kacha crash. In an instant, the number of cracks on the glacier increased infinitely. It increased at a speed of 10,000 times. In an instant, a clear sound was heard. The 100-mile-wide glacier was shattered into pieces, and so were the devils in the fragments. Tens of thousands of devils were instantly shattered by the glacier. Rumble-da-rumble-da-da. At this moment, 2 explosions sounded in the distance. The divine wind martial saint was thrown into the air. At the same time, a scream that resounded through the world sounded. The 6th heaven martial emperor Aeoli was smashed into pieces by the divine wind martial saint's forbidden move that could only be used by martial saints. At the same time, the divine wind martial saint was also injured by the rebound and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was injured, with blood at the corner of his mouth and a pale face, he smiled. This was the first time since he became a martial saint that he had fought a battle without considering the consequences. He felt extremely good. Both level 6 martial sovereigns had fallen, leaving only 3 level 5 devils. Longda fought against the 3 level 5 martial sovereigns alone. "Old man, is there a problem?" Li Lingtian shouted loudly. He did not address him as senior anymore. Instead, he admired the old man. It was rare for a martial saint to disregard the consequences. He thought of Huangfu Yuyan, who sacrificed all her cultivation for him. This old man was also the divine wind martial saint of the 10 great martial saints. He was on the same level as Huangfu Yuyan and had also fought for the sake of the humans without caring about his injuries. Although it was a rude address, the divine wind martial saint could hear the concern in Li Lingtian's tone. "I won't die. You can't even kill the heavens. Am I that useless?" The holy wind martial saint said loudly. The corner of his mouth twitched, and blood flowed out again. "All right, I'll introduce you to someone when the time comes. The 3 of us, 1 each. Let's see who kills them first." Li Lingtian looked at the divine wind martial saint and completely ignored all the internals. There were few people in the world who possessed such boldness and courage. As he spoke, he pointed at the 3 level 5 experts in front of Longda with a relaxed expression, as if he was about to kill 3 ants. "All right, that's it. All right, let's do it. Ha 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 ha." Li Lingtian and the divine wind martial saint finished speaking at the same time before they flew out at the same time. The 3 fifth heaven martial emperors looked at Li Lingtian and the divine wind martial saint. They wanted to escape, but they were held back by Longda and had no chance to do so. It was too late for them to escape. Boom! Bang! L1 Lingtian grabbed a 5th firmament martial emperor and unleashed all his dragon energy to beat him up. The divine wind martial saint followed Li Lingtian's example. Even though he was injured and his cultivation had dropped to the 7th heaven, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with a 5th heaven. The pressure on Longda instantly lessened. With the 2 level 5 experts lured away, he could also unleash a destructive attack. In the air, there were bursts of explosions. The 3 battle groups directly rolled towards the demon army. They attacked without restraint. Every time they attacked, countless demons would be killed by the force. Chapter 422. The Demon Race's Defeat.
Boom.
Boomed, bang.
Bang.
Explosions continued to ring out in the air as countless Asmodeans were killed. 3 fifth firmament martial emperor Asmodeans were also brutally beaten by Li Lingtian and the other 2. This kind of attack did not have any style at all. It was like a ruffian fighting. However, every attack was destructive. At their cultivation level, any casual attack carried a mysterious technique. Any low-level move could turn something rotten into something magical. No demon or human expert dared to look down on such an attack because such an attack could instantly kill them thousands of times. Old man, I won't wait for you. Li Lingtian led the opposing Fifth Heaven Asmodean powerhouses to roll around in the Asmodean army. In just a few moments, tens of thousands of Asmodeans had been killed. His true essence was almost exhausted. If he dragged on, he would have to use the devouring light. The demonic chi here was monstrous, and the devouring light had devoured more than half of the demonic chi. He didn't want to cultivate the saint-demon quintessence, and he didn't want to get into trouble. After saying that, he did not hesitate at all. He stretched out his hand, and a domineering long saber appeared in his hand. A shocking pressure erupted from the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor saber, as it casually slashed at the air. A shocking saber intent appeared. When the saber intent appeared, saber light appeared. Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. He used Desolation 10 consecutive strikes again. If he used the Heaven's Extreme Tyrant Emperor saber, he would have to use Desolation 10 consecutive strikes. Only a move like Desolation 10 consecutive strikes could unleash the power of the Heaven's Extreme Tyrant Emperor saber even more. Although his current cultivation could only unleash 1/10,000th of its power, the power of this attack was indeed earth-shattering. It was not something that ordinary martial artists could withstand. Brat, you're too cunning. The Divine Wind Martial Saint saw that Li Lingtian had started empty-handed, but now he had suddenly unleashed such a heaven-defying divine ability. Coupled with a terrifying treasure, there was no hope left for him to attain the fifth heaven. He had already seen the power of desolate 10 consecutive strikes in the beginning. He was definitely going to lose this time. As he spoke, a strange smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand, and an exquisite 3-inch-long flying knife appeared. The exquisite flying knife emitted a sharp and cold light of destruction. In an instant, the flying knife disappeared from space, and the flying knife lost its aura in space. Arg. 2 screams sounded as the Desolation 10 consecutive strikes landed on the 5th-level Martial Emperor Realm's body. Without any suspense, he was killed in one strike. He had already lost his courage after being defeated by Li Lingtian and had forgotten to defend himself. Even a martial supreme or a revered martial artist at the 8th or 9th heaven could kill him, let alone Li Lingtian's attack. However, on the other side, the Divine Wind Martial Saint's opponent also screamed at the same time. One of the swords flew through the defenses of the 5th heaven devil race and strangled the opponent without any resistance. Li Lingtian was shocked that 2 5th heaven internals had fallen at the same time. The flying sword was so powerful that it could ignore the speed of space. It was imbued with the attributes of space and had a destructive power that could ignore defense. It was a miracle. The Divine Wind Martial Saint raised his head and made a contemptuous expression. Li Lingtian also had a look of disdain on his face. Instantly, the two of them laughed loudly. Both of them were cunning and killed their opponents at the same time. Roar, boom. At this moment, Longdo was also unhappy when he saw that 2 level 5 experts had been killed. He unleashed his shocking dragon energy and smashed his huge tail fiercely towards his opponent. With a loud explosion, the opponent was smashed into pieces and couldn't be more dead. A cry of alarm rang out. It was unknown which devil race it was. Following that, countless devil race members quickly fled. A 5th or 6th heaven martial monarch realm expert had been killed just like that. There was also a terrifying and abnormal young human. If they stayed any longer, they would only be courting death. In an instant, more than 100,000 demons retreated like a tide. The world was silent, leaving behind a mess. Countless demon corpses and monstrous, demonic chi scattered in the air. Puff! The divine wind martial saint heaved a sigh of relief when he saw all the Asmodeans retreating. However, he could not hold on any longer as soon as he relaxed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body began to sway. Li Lingtian gestured with one hand, and a light shield stabilized the divine wind martial saint before he landed on the ground. "How is it?" Li Lingtian asked seriously as he looked at the divine wind martial saint. He was a saint alchemist. If he was injured, he could naturally heal it and refine some pills. "It's nothing. It's all old injuries. I'll be fine after resting for a while." The Holy Wind martial saint shook his head. He had almost lost half his life this time, and his cultivation was still declining rapidly. If this continued, he would fall out of the martial supreme realm in less than 1 or 2 years. Help you take a look when the time comes." Li Lingtian did not say much either. He walked up to Tang Ziming with a faint smile on his face and hugged her tightly in his arms. "To let you handle the matters here." Li Lingtian turned around and looked at the endless internals, corpses. Sky Cloud Sect could no longer cultivate and could only retreat to the depths of Sky Cloud Sect. With the array formation's protection, the demonic chi could not enter. He would then think of a way to leave Green Island. After that, he led Tang Ziming, Lu Suifeng, Tang Zicheng, and the others towards the Sky Peak. The group did not say a word as they returned to their dragon transformation and followed behind. They kept sizing up the place. This was the place where Lieutenant Lingtian rose to prominence. Tang Ziming held Li Lingtian's arm tightly as if she was worried that Li Lingtian would disappear if she let go. Soon, the group arrived at the Sky Pavilion of the Sky Peak. "Father, mother, uncle, aunt, grandfather, Tian has made you worry."
It's
Tian-er's unfilial. Li Lingtian knelt down and bowed respectfully to the elders. Although it was Li Lingtian's first time seeing an old man in his 60s, he remembered that the old man was his grandfather, Li Chongyang. The martial ancestor realm powerhouse doted on Li Lingtian. "All right, it's good that you're back safely. Tian has already grown up and become a super expert." "That's right. Tian rushed back in time. Otherwise, Green Island would be finished." "Tian, tell me where you've been all these years. Were you injured by the light of God's wrath? Are you healing?" All of a sudden, a few elders asked Li Lingtian curiously. This was what they were most curious about. 3 years ago, Li Lingtian was killed by the light of God's wrath. Countless powerhouses witnessed it with their own eyes, including Tang Ziming. Li Lingtian, who had disappeared for 3 years, thought that he had fallen. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to return in such a domineering manner at this critical moment. He had annihilated the demons and killed the invincible. His overwhelming strength was unparalleled. They wanted to know how Li Lingtian managed to survive these 3 to 4 years. To be able to become a martial honored realm expert from a martial ancestor realm expert in 3 to 4 years, and even control such a shocking divine power, he must have gone through countless dangers and torture to do it. Tang Ziming had been snuggling up to Li Lingtian the entire time, with her 2 little hands wrapped around his waist. She was not shy about the presence of other elders. As long as Brother Lingtian was by her side, she would not have any qualms. In the past few years, she had become a completely different person. There was no compatibility, no happiness, and she was no longer as lively as before. When Tian was hit by the god's wrath, he was already gone. However, with the help of Tian-er's spatial banner and a few other treasures, I was transported to the Azure continent. Tian-er also thought that he had died. I didn't expect that when I woke up, I was already in the Azure continent. I was saved by a girl, but Tian-er's cultivation had completely disappeared, becoming an ordinary person without any cultivation. He was recuperating there, and in the end, he slowly recovered his cultivation. However, he has provoked the Azure Continent's three super forces, House of Storms, Wind Moon Palace, Queen's Palace, and countless superclans. Tian knew that it was impossible for her to return to the Azure Continent by then, so she stayed in the Azure Continent to cultivate and saved Sister Qingyue from the Dishi family. Li Lingtian recounted everything that had happened in the Azure Continent. Apart from a few secrets, he told them everything else. He fought against Prince Wind Spirit, wiped out the Yen family, wiped out the Ping family, and became a saint alchemist. He became an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild and destroyed the Dishi family. When he was about to be destroyed, he was saved by Huangfu Yuyan and became a martial honor. In the end, he went to Lingyun City and fought against the martial emperor experts of House of Storms. He wiped out House of Storms, faced the demons on his way back to Green Island, and when he heard that Green Island was attacked by the demons, he used a forbidden technique to rush back to Sky Cloud Sect and everything that happened in the end. The elders, Tang Ziming and the rest, were terrified. Li Lingtian's experiences in the short span of 3 to 4 years were something that others would not be able to experience in a few hundred years. In such a dangerous situation, Li Lingtian had become a martial honor and achieved heaven-defying strength. Following Li Lingtian's words, they followed the ups and downs of Li Lingtian's danger. They were worried when Li Lingtian was in danger, but they were happy when Li Lingtian's cultivation base improved and he obtained a treasure. In just an hour, the few of them seemed to have heard a legend. Tian, you said that Blue Moon was rescued. Where are they? Lan Ping asked hurriedly. Tang Ziming was also looking at Li Lingtian. Although she knew that her sister was with brother Lingtian, she was not jealous at all. Instead, she was happy. In the past, she had wanted the sisters to marry Li Lingtian, but now it was finally realized. Andy, they should be able to feel this place tomorrow. Li Lingtian replied respectfully. He was relieved to see that Tang Zicheng and his wife did not object to them at all. Following that, Li Lingtian rested in Tianyu Pavilion while Tang Ziming followed him into the room. Although Li Lingtian was a little tired, he did not recover from any injuries. He just needed to recuperate a little. Tang Ziming had been separated from Li Lingtian for a few years. Now that Li Lingtian was back, she did not want to leave him for even a single step. Meng, go to sleep first. I'll accompany you after Big Brother Lingtian cultivates, okay? Li Lingtian hugged Tang Ziming gently and spoke gently. Tang Ziming had not gotten used to the separation over the past few years. He did not want her to become a different person because of this. As he spoke, he had already placed Tang Ziming on the bed. However, he still carried her in his arms and gently stroked her hair. He stroked her back gently with one hand as if he was comforting her. Chapter 423. Happy Tang Ziming 1. Yes. Tang Ziming nodded obediently. She slowly closed her eyes and held onto Li Lingtian with one hand, as if she was worried that Li Lingtian would suddenly disappear again. Li Lingtian did not retaliate when he saw this. He felt a wave of guilt in his heart. He should not have made a girl worry about him so much. Gradually, as he watched Tang Ziming sleep soundly, his delicate little face would frown and smile from time to time. After a long time, Tang Ziming held Li Lingtian's hand tightly even in her sleep. She did not loosen her grip at all. Li Lingtian could only give up on his cultivation when he saw this. He lay gently on the bed next to Tang Ziming. He reached his hand under Tang Ziming's neck and pulled her into his arms. Tang Ziming felt a safe and warm embrace as she buried her head in Li Lingtian's chest and fell asleep. Li Lingtian fell asleep as well. The two of them did not move, and the night passed. When Tang Zimen woke up the next day, she saw that Li Lingtian was by her side. It was not a dream at all. Her little face revealed a blissful smile. This was the first time she had smiled in years. Now, she was no longer shy even if she shared the same bed as Li Lingtian. After all these years, she no longer had any qualms. She was Li Lingtian's fiancée to begin with, and the two of them were very loving. Now that they had regained what they had lost, they would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. She leaned on Li Lingtian blissfully and enjoyed the warmth quietly. She did not want this moment to be broken. Li Lingtian had woken up long ago, but he did not want to wake Tang Ziming up. When he saw her awake, he looked at her seriously. She had matured a lot, but she had lost a lot of weight. Moreover, she was even more beautiful than she was 3 or 4 years ago. Her peerless charm was even more attractive. Big brother Lingtian, don't ever leave Meng Meng again, okay? Tang Ziming looked at Li Lingtian as she spoke softly. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. The past few years had made her understand the importance of Li Lingtian in her heart. Without Li Lingtian, she would be a walking corpse. If not for her parents and Li Lingtian's parents worrying about her, she would have committed suicide a long time ago. This kind of hopeless torment made her wish she was dead. Yes, I will never leave Meng Meng in the future. I will make Meng Meng the happiest woman in the world. Li Lingtian nodded earnestly. His heart was trembling. Tang Ziming had sacrificed her entire life for him, yet he had made this beautiful and lively girl suffer so much. As long as she's by big brother Lingtian's side, Meng Meng is the happiest woman. Tang Ziming's petite face revealed a natural smile. Li Lingtian was very familiar with this smile. It was a happy smile from a few years ago. It was lively and energetic. This was the real Tang Ziming. Tang Ziming's face blushed slightly when she talked about women. She had to go through some things before she could become a woman. She had to be loved by the man she loved. Your sister and the others should be coming back today. Meng Meng, I did something bad in the Azure Continent. Can you forgive me? Li Lingtian looked at Tang Ziming seriously. Tang Ziming had placed all her attention on him, but he was with other girls in Songzhou. He felt extremely guilty, but he could not make the other girls leave. Meng Meng will be jealous, but she doesn't mind because all the girls in the world will like Big Brother Lingtian. As long as Big Brother Lingtian likes him, it's fine. Meng Meng is looking forward to Big Sister being able to be with Big Brother Lingtian. At that time, Meng Meng and Big Sister will serve Big Brother Lingtian together. Tang Ziming had already heard Li Lingtian mention a few girls yesterday. Although he did not mention their relationship, her intuition as a girl told her that these girls had a close relationship with Brother Lingtian. Besides, it was normal for the girls to be together since it was difficult for them to sacrifice so much for Li Ling. She just did not expect Li Lingtian to care about her feelings so much that he would say it in front of her. She was overjoyed. The main thing was that her elder sister had also gotten together with Big Brother Lingtian. The two of them had experienced countless life and death situations before they got together. Anyone who had encountered such an experience would definitely be together. After I settle the matters in Green Island, I will take Meng Meng to travel around the world and leave Green Island. Li Lingtian held Tang Ziming tightly in his arms and indulged in their affection. Although they did not advance further, it was better for them to feel each other's presence than anything else. Sky Peak was quiet, but Sky Cloud Sect was not. Li Lingtian returned with a strong momentum. He had traveled thousands of miles and finally he made it back at the most dangerous moment. His heaven-defying momentum swept across the Asmodeans. The war against the Internals, the killing of martial emperor powerhouses, the extermination of the Internals, and the resolution of Sky Cloud Sect's crisis. Out of the original 4,000,000 Internals, only 100,000 had returned. Almost all of the 200,000 Internals were killed by Li Lingtian alone. The 1,000 returning swords and the 1,000 miles of ice had destroyed countless Internals, leaving countless powerhouses trembling in fear. Fortunately, Li Lingtian was not an enemy. If he were, they would have been killed in an instant. There was also that shocking sword intent, that shocking saber move, and that stunning saber move that shook the world. Even a sixth heaven martial emperor could only be destroyed by this blade. Li Lingtian had swept away hundreds of thousands of Asmodeans in the form of a martial emperor and reversed the situation of life and death. Everyone took Li Lingtian's words seriously. In just one night, the demonic Qi in Sky Cloud sect had disappeared, and the internals' corpses were completely incinerated. In the Divine Cloud Palace, hundreds of experts were sitting there with shocked expressions on their faces. Although it had been a night, none of them had calmed down. Li Lingtian's appearance was like a miracle, far beyond their imagination. I didn't expect young noble Lingtian to arrive in time. Otherwise, all the martial artists in Sky Dragon Empire would have disappeared. A martial royal realm expert said seriously. There were hundreds of millions of people in Sky Dragon Empire, but tens of millions of them were slaughtered this time. Moreover, almost all of the Sky Dragon Empire's experts had been destroyed. Those who could come to Sky Cloud sect were the remaining experts of Sky Dragon Empire. There were 300,000 martial artists in Sky Cloud sect. These martial artists were all hidden in the Sky Screen mountain range. There were only tens of thousands of martial artists and hundreds of martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors in Sky Cloud sect. I didn't expect young Master Lingtian to escape from the destruction of the god's wrath. Moreover, he's even reached the martial honored realm. His martial honored realm is equivalent to the strength of a fifth heaven martial emperor. It's impossible to describe him as heaven-defying. However, I don't know how to deal with the rest. There are millions of demons from Yuzhou province and countless martial emperor powerhouses. It'll be difficult for us to kill these demons. Besides, Yuzhou province won't give up so easily. That's right. Yuzhou is going to activate the God-sealing demon array. They definitely won't let it go so easily. I didn't expect the Divine Wind Martial Saint to be in our Azure continent and control the key to the demon-sealing god formation. We'll discuss these matters when young noble Lingtian comes. Let's see what young noble Lingtian has in mind. Not bad. In the Divine Cloud Palace, hundreds of powerhouses were discussing the battle yesterday. They were all in awe of Li Lingtian's strength. After the Divine Wind Martial Saint was injured, he returned to the library. No one dared to disturb him. Rumble. At this moment, a shocking rumble came from 100 miles away. However, this sound caused the ground of Sky Cloud sect to tremble. The experts of the Divine Cloud Palace were all shocked. They thought that the demons had come again. They were already frightened by such an expert. Could it be that the demons are attacking? Only a martial emperor powerhouse can make such a commotion. Let's go out and take a look. All the experts left the Divine Cloud Palace and flew out. They floated in the air with fear on their faces. As soon as he arrived outside, the world was bright and there was not a single shadow of the demon race. However, a silver monster appeared in his sight. This silver monster was 1,000 meters long, 200 meters wide, and nearly 100 meters tall. The shocking power swept across everything in the world. Even a martial royal realm expert would be suppressed by this power. The huge monster instantly arrived 10 miles away from Sky Cloud sect. With a loud rumble, its shocking might suppressed all the experts. All the experts looked at the huge silver monster in the sky and trembled nonstop. They had never imagined such a powerful monster. Moreover, this monster's entire body was silver and did not have any aura. It was like a spaceship. At this moment, more than 200 experts appeared on the monster. Each of them was a martial emperor or a martial supremacy. Moreover, there were a few beautiful women standing on it, and their eyes were all looking at Sky Cloud sect. It's a human expert. It's a martial emperor and a martial supremacy. So many martial emperors and martial venerables. Not demons. What is this? What a terrifying pressure. Seeing that it was a human expert on top of the monster and not a demon, they were relieved. No matter what, there were still many more than demons. Even if the human powerhouses killed people and robbed them of their treasures, it was still much better than massacring like the demons. This silver monster was naturally the war god. The war god continued to fly at high speed and finally arrived at Sky Cloud Sect in 2 days. However, when they saw that there were no demons in Sky Cloud Sect, they were extremely curious. It's blue mooned, yes, sister. At this moment, a few voices were heard. All the warriors looked at the person who spoke. It was Tang Ziming, Tang Zicheng, and the others. Upon hearing this voice, the previous powerhouses of Sky Cloud Sect also looked at the war god and recognized that one of the peerless beauties was Tang Qingyue. Li Lingtian's body flashed. When he reappeared, he was already on the war god with Tang Ziming. After entering the war god, Tang Ziming and Tang Qingyue hugged each other. The two sisters had been separated for many years. Now that they were back again, they were naturally very happy. Huang Fuyuyan and the rest were relieved when they saw that Li Lingtian was unharmed. There were no Asmodeans here, so Li Lingtian had naturally taken care of them. Meng, let me introduce you. This is Huang Fuyuyan, this is Shanmei, this is Ji, and this is Qingling. Li Lingtian waited for Tang Qingyue and Tang Ziming to let go before introducing them to Tang Ziming. Chapter 424, The Identity of the Divine Wind Martial Saint. Li Lingtian knew that even though Tang Ziming knew about the girls, she still had to meet them. Now he would introduce them to the girls so that they could get to know each other. That way, they could get along. Sister Yuan, Sister Mei Sister Ji, Sister Qingling. Tang Ziming had already heard about Li Lingtian's relationship with a few girls last night. Although Qingling was a maid, she was still with Li Lingtian. Naturally, he would not treat her unfairly. Tang Ziming was curious when she saw that all the girls were peerless beauties. She did not expect that the girls' big brother Lingtian met were all so peerless. Ji was even more beautiful. She didn't think that there would be such a beautiful girl in this world, even though this girl was an elf princess. In fact, Tang Ziming and Ji were not inferior at all. Tang Qingyue was the same. It was just that Ji was an elf princess, the darling of heaven and earth. He had an additional aura that did not belong to the mortal world. Following that, the girls got to know each other before Li Lingtian led them out of the war god. When he finally arrived at the bottom, he saw the Sky Dragon Empire powerhouses staring at the war god in shock. Li Lingtian shouted, "This is the war god I created." War god? Is it the same battleship as the Heavenly Cloud battleship? This war god doesn't look like it can be compared to the Heavenly Cloud battleship. I wonder how powerful it is. Looks like it's not simple. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful thing in this world. If I use this to deal with the demons, I wonder if it will be useful. In an instant, countless powerhouses began to discuss among themselves. However, none of them dared to look Li Lingtian in the eye. Furthermore, the war god was filled with martial emperors and martial supremes. With such strength, they could easily wipe out Green Island. Naturally, they did not know that Li Lingtian and the war god alone could wipe out Azure Continent. A mere Azure Continent was nothing to them. The war god hovered in the air as Li Lingtian and the others returned to Tianyu Peak. Naturally, they were overjoyed to see their family members together. Tang Zicheng and his wife, as well as Li Suifeng and his wife, were overjoyed. Tang Qingyue's matter had been resolved and Li Lingtian's safe return was the happiest thing to happen. "Father, mother, you has something to tell you." Tang Qingyue spoke softly, her face blushing. "What is it? Tell me." Tang Zichen and his wife were smiling. In fact, they already knew what Tang Qingyue was going to say. Based on their judgment, they could tell that Tang Qingyue was not a virgin. Moreover, she had been with Li Lingtian for so long in the Tsang continent, so she must have been with him by now. You, is already with Lingtian. Tang Qingyue's voice became softer, but the others heard her and remained silent. This is your own happiness.
We won't object.
Tang Ziqing smiled as he looked at Tang Qingyue and then at Li Lingtian. With such a son-in-law, there was nothing to be unhappy about. They used to fear the Dishi family, but now that Li Lingtian had wiped them out, they would support their daughter if she found someone she liked. Following that, Li Lingtian told his parents about the girls as a way to give them a status. The girls were overjoyed. Even though there was no wedding, they only wanted to be with Li Lingtian. They were happy to see their elders. Li Lingtian and the others were reunited with their families on Sky Peak. They were not worried at all when facing the demons. At that moment, Ling Mingho sent a voice transmission saying that he had something important to discuss with him. Li Lingtian did not delay it and led Huang Fuyuyan to the Divine Cloud Palace. In the Divine Cloud Palace, there were hundreds of martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors. They were the strongest experts in Sky Dragon Empire, and they were also the only remaining experts in Sky Dragon Empire. Li Lingtian walked into the Divine Cloud Palace step by step. When he appeared, all the powerhouses stood up and greeted him. The strongest among them was a martial emperor, but Li Lingtian was a martial-honored powerhouse. His cultivation base alone was not something they could compare to. Moreover, Li Lingtian's strength had almost swept the Asmodeans, and he had even killed a sixth firmament martial emperor in an instant. Young noble Lingtian, Sir Lingtian, Da young noble Lingtian. All the powerhouses greeted Li Lingtian with a nod as a form of return. He did not take these martial emperors and grandmasters seriously at all. A casual blow from him could wipe out everyone here. However, these people were from Sky Dragon Empire and Sky Cloud Sect, so he naturally wouldn't put on airs. If it was anywhere else, he would not have bothered with these grandmasters and martial emperors. He would not even give face to martial emperors. The hundreds of powerhouses were puzzled to see Li Lingtian bringing a girl along, but none of them dared to ask. However, when the old man sitting at the front saw Huang Fuyuyan beside Li Lingtian, his expression changed drastically. It's you? The Holy Wind Martial Saint's expression changed drastically. He didn't look like a martial saint at all. Instead, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. This commotion shocked all the experts. What was the identity of this girl, who was only a martial king? Even the Divine Wind Martial Saint was so frightened. Li Lingtian's expression was calm. He naturally knew that the Holy Wind Martial Saint had recognized Huang Fuyuyan. However, he was curious as to why the Holy Wind Martial Saint would reveal such an expression despite being one of the 10 great martial saints. Senior, what's wrong? Ling Mingho asked in shock when he saw the change in the Divine Wind Martial Saint's expression. The rest of the warriors looked at the Divine Wind Martial Saint and Huang Fuyuyan, as well as Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was already heaven-defying enough, so what more could this girl possibly be? That's right, old man Divine Wind. You're not dead yet. Ben Gong thought you were already dead. Huang Fuyuyan addressed the Divine Wind Martial Saint as an old man, just like Li Lingtian yesterday. The two of them were truly family. Little girl, you are not Xueqi? 11. Divine Wind Martial Saint looked at Huang Fuyuyan carefully and immediately realized that he had mistaken her for someone else. This girl only looked exactly like Xueqi. That's my grandmother, okay? I'm also one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. It's time for you to retire. Did I heard my grandmother scold you, telling you not to return to the Divine Continent if you have the ability? Huang Fuyuyan said coldly, completely ignoring the Divine Wind Martial Saint. The conversation between the two shocked all the powerhouses. It was one thing for an old man hiding in the library to be a warrior sage, but they did not expect a random girl beside Li Lingtian to be a warrior sage powerhouse. Li Lingtian could also tell that the divine wind martial saint must have a good relationship with Huang Fuyuyan's maternal grandmother. Moreover, Huang Fuyuyan looked very similar to her maternal grandmother. Naturally, the divine wind martial saint mistook Huang Fuyuyan for Shun Wanqing at first glance. He finally understood now that although they were all 10 great martial saints, they were not from the same batch. It was just like the Heaven Dragon Empire's prodigy role. Divine Wind Martial Saint was already a few hundred years old, while Huang Fuyuyan was only 100 years old. In the Divine Martial Continent, there was no time to cultivate. Anyone who reached the rank of a martial emperor or a martial venerable would need hundreds of years, let alone a martial emperor or a martial saint. Brat, you're quite capable. You actually managed to get my granddaughter into your hands. I haven't returned to the Divine Continent for hundreds of years. I can't help it. Is she okay? The Holy Wind Martial Saint looked at Li Lingtian with a look of admiration. Li Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. However, her voice became gentle as she spoke. You still know that it's my grandfather? My grandmother is very good. You'd better not let her see you. Otherwise, you're finished. Although Huang Fuyuyan's tone was very unpleasant, she wasn't as angry as before. After all, this divine wind martial saint was her maternal grandfather. No matter how he wasn't someone a junior like her could talk about. What about your cultivation? The divine wind martial saint immediately noticed that Huang Fuyuyan's cultivation was only at the martial king realm. It was normal for someone else to have this cultivation, but he could see that Huang Fuyuyan had a trace of the true essence of a martial saint, which was exactly the same as his current situation. He was sure that his granddaughter's cultivation was not that simple. Something must have happened. I sealed my cultivation base and came out to train my mind. I met him. He was plotted against by Dishi family and Tuoba family. 6 or 7 Sky Martial Honored Realm Warriors plotted against him, a martial royal realm warrior. I used the Zhenyuan of a martial saint to help him with the Heaven and Earth 5 Elemental Jade. Huang Fuyuyan looked at Li Lingtian with a pout, but there was not a hint of regret on her face. I see. This is also his good fortune and your fate. I didn't expect that both of us would turn from martial saints to mortals. Let's leave it to fate. The divine wind martial saint was not upset because of the drop in their cultivation. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. At their level, their mental state was already very strong. The meeting between the grandfather and grandson made all the experts' jaws drop. They did not expect the cultivation of the two martial saints to drop. He also felt that the divine martial continent was even more amazing. A martial honor in the Azure continent could sweep through the Azure continent. However, he did not expect that there would be martial emperors, martial honors, and martial sovereigns everywhere. Now, 2 martial saints had come to the Azure continent. Next, Li Lingtian and Huang Fuyuyan sat next to the divine wind martial saint. Li Lingtian had also gotten to know the divine wind martial saint from Huang Fuyuyan. The divine wind martial saint was known for his speed and his wind and fire attributes. Not many people knew the divine wind martial saint's real name, but Li Lingtian knew it now. The divine wind martial saint's real name was Yun Tianfeng, and he was a martial saint who had been famous for hundreds of years. The Yuzhou demons have invaded the Green Province, and the Green Province has become the territory of the Yuzhou demons. Luckily, Ling Tian rushed back yesterday, or else the Sky Dragon Empire would have been finished. Although the demons have retreated, there are still hundreds of thousands of demons in the Green Province. The Yuzhou demons will not let this matter rest so easily. Therefore, I invited Ling Tian to come and see if he has any arrangements or suggestions. Ling Mingho was aware of Li Lingtian's relationship with the divine wind martial saint and Huang Fuyuyan. Li Lingtian's identity, cultivation base, and strength were comparable to the five of them. Hence, he was much more careful when he spoke. At that moment, the demon tribe's matter was of utmost importance. He went straight to the point and told Li Lingtian the reason for his presence. As he spoke, he looked at the divine wind martial saint. Chapter 425, Demon God Sealing Formation 1. Yesterday, Aoli of the Devil Race said that he was here for the divine wind martial saint. The people of Green Island had been plunged into misery because of the demon god forbidding array. At this moment, only Li Lingtian and the divine wind martial saint had any hope of resolving this matter. Even though he was speaking to Li Lingtian, Ling Mingho understood that the divine wind martial saint was Li Lingtian and Huang Fuyuyan Sr. He wanted to say something to the divine wind martial saint. I won't interfere in this matter, nor do I have the strength to do so. Kid, do as you see fit. Yun Tianfeng threw the hot potato at Li Lingtian with a wide smile on his face. He had witnessed Li Lingtian's strength yesterday, and it was indeed not simple. Even though he was a martial saint powerhouse, he was only a seventh heaven martial emperor after his cultivation had fallen. If he were to fight Li Lingtian, he would not have much confidence in winning. He was also curious in his heart. This kid was only at the third level of the Supreme Realm. Why was his strength so terrifying? Moreover, in just a few years, he had advanced from a martial apprentice to a martial honor. He was originally a small ant-like figure, but in a few years, he had become an existence that everyone looked up to. This is a disaster for the entire Green Continent. Old man, you must have something to do with this. I'm just a martial honored realm expert, and I can't resist the experts of Yuzhou. At most, I'll just leave. With my strength, it won't be difficult for me to leave Green Island with my men. Li Lingtian chuckled as well. He did not treat Yun Tianfeng as an elder at all. Instead, he treated him like an ordinary person, which was more casual. Demons from Yuzhou province have arrived in Green province in such a grand way. It's not that simple. I'm not a fool. Of course, I won't agree so easily. Brat, you are so cunning. Is there anyone who treats their elders like this? Forget it. I won't stand by idly. Do you know what Yuzhou wants from Green province? Yun Tianfeng glared fiercely at Li Lingtian before turning to Huang Fuyuyan. However, Huang Fuyuyan pretended not to see him and continued to snuggle up to Li Lingtian. She appeared very intimate, completely ignoring the countless powerhouses around them. Seeing this situation, Yun Tianfeng was instantly discouraged. This granddaughter of his was clearly helping outsiders. I'm curious about that. Even if the experts of Yuzhou province were invited, they wouldn't be willing to stay here. Naturally, they wouldn't fight for the resources of the Green Continent. They must be after something or something. We don't know either of these things. The person who knows is you. Li Lingtian straightened his body and revealed a serious expression. This was something that he could not figure out. He also wanted to know why Serenity Plains had come to Green Continent time and time again. He would never believe that Serenity Plains was after Green Continent's resources. After he finished speaking, the other experts were also extremely curious. Their eyes were all looking at Yun Tianfeng. However, after seeing Yun Tianfeng's gaze, they lowered their heads. They were not Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian could go against the old man, but they did not have the ability to do so and had no relationship with him. After all, Li Lingtian was related to the old man. To be honest, Li Lingtian was the old man's grandson-in-law. Kid, you're really smart. No wonder my granddaughter likes you. Yun Tianfeng revealed a strange smile. However, when he noticed Huang Fuyuyan's gaze, he quickly stopped talking and changed the topic. He continued to talk about the reason why Yuzhou attacked Qingzhou. Tens of thousands of years ago, The Green Continent and the Serenity Plains were the places with the densest spiritual energy in the divine martial continent. However, after the war between the demons and the humans, the Green Continent was almost destroyed and became like this. It's the same in Yuzhou province. The experts of the divine martial continent suppressed the devil race in Yuzhou province, but they couldn't completely wipe out the devil race in Yuzhou province. We don't know the reason for that. However, the Green Continent, the Serenity Continent, the Black Continent, and the Azure Continent have all left behind restrictions of the ancient demon race. As long as this restriction is activated, the great demon of the demon realm will appear. 400 years ago, I became a martial saint and was full of vigor. I also wanted to train my mental state. However, when I came to the Green Island, I discovered that the 9 demon venerables had activated the demon sealing formation before I sealed my cultivation base. There were 7 ninth heaven martial sovereigns at that time, and the 9 demon venerables were at the second heaven of the martial saint realm. We fought for a day, and the 7 martial sovereigns were killed. The 9 demon venerables were injured by me and fled back to the Serenity Plains. I was injured because of that. Not only did my injuries not recover, but they also kept deteriorating in the past 400 years. At that time, in our last attack, I obtained half of the map to crack the Demon God Forbidden formation. The experts of Yuzhou had been searching for me. After 400 years, I didn't expect that they would still find me. Yun Tianfeng slowly recounted the events of the past, causing the experts present to tremble in fear. They did not expect the battle between martial saints to be so terrifying. Fortunately, the place where the battle was taking place was in the Sea Realm. Otherwise, the entire Green Island would be destroyed because of 2 martial saints and 7 ninth firmament martial emperors. Devil Sea. Li Lingtian cried out in shock. Even if he could remain calm, even if Mount Tai collapsed on his face, he was still shocked by Yun Tianfeng's words. Firstly, Martial Saint Yun Tianfeng's cultivation was shocking. The demon race's powerhouses were also so domineering. Both of them were at the second sky of Martial Saint realm, and the other party had 7 ninth sky martial sovereigns. Even under such circumstances, they still defeated the other party. Secondly, the Devil's Sea that Yun Tianfeng mentioned was the place he had been to before, and he had even gone to that terrifying passage. Fortunately, he had escaped in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's the Devil's Sea. What's wrong? Did you find something? Yun Tianfeng knew what was going on when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. Otherwise, with his scheming personality, he would not have revealed such a thing on his face. That's right. A few years ago, when I was still a warrior spirit, I went to the Devil's Sea. I also met a martial emperor who wanted to activate the array altar. However, he was killed by dozens of experts. However, there were more than 1,000 experts who went there, including warrior spirits, martial kings, and martial grandmasters. In the end, only 11 people survived. That's not right. Li Lingtian recounted the events that happened before the Heaven Dragon Empire's Prodigy Roll tournament. It was also the time he went to the Devil's Sea to search for the infant carp beast's inner core, and it was almost destroyed. However, as he spoke, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This was because he had the Holy Demon Ring and the Heaven Wand. This meant that the strongest demons were still in the Devil Canyon, not the Devil's Sea. Unless there was more than one passage to the demonic world in Green Island, the Holy Demon Ring would not have appeared in the Heavenly Demon Canyon. Although he had not cultivated the Holy Demon's quintessence during this period of time, he had some understanding of the demon race through the connection between the Holy Demon Ring and him. This matter was definitely not so simple. You went to the Devil's Sea when you were still a warrior spirit. I'm really speechless. You should be one of the 11 people, right? Don't tell me that you killed that 4-Semper demon? Yun Tianfeng's expression was extremely ugly. He had gone to the Devil's Sea when he was only a warrior spirit realm. He was truly a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Li Lingtian's strength was such that he defeated a warrior ascendant powerhouse when he was only a Tier 1 warrior spirit. In the end, he joined forces with the warrior king to kill Beichen Wuyo. He subconsciously thought that Li Lingtian might have been the one who killed the martial emperor's infernal tribe. However, he quickly dismissed the thought as soon as it appeared. After all, a martial emperor's infernal tribe was not something an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse could match up to. It was impossible for Li Lingtian to kill the infernal tribe's martial emperor. You were right. I really killed him. Li Lingtian replied with a smile before he heard Yun Tianfeng's voice transmission. What did you say was wrong? Yun Tianfeng was puzzled by Li Lingtian's last words, but he did not want to ask Li Lingtian in front of everyone. I found the Holy Demon Ring and the Heavenly Magic Staff in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Do you think the demons in the Devil Sea are as powerful as the Heavenly Devil Canyon? Li Lingtian sent a voice transmission as well. He looked calm as he looked at Yun Tianfeng. Even though the other powerhouses knew that Li Lingtian and the other man were using secret voice sending, they did not dare to raise any objections. The Holy Ring and the Heavenly Wand are in your hands. Yun Tianfeng's expression changed drastically. He almost cried out in surprise, but he still sent a voice transmission. The other powerhouses felt that something was wrong with this expression. Someone who could make a martial saint powerhouse so shocked was definitely not simple. That's right. This is my secret. You'd better not tell anyone. I didn't expect to get the Holy Demon Ring and the Heaven Wand in the Devil Canyon. Li Lingtian knew that he could not hide it from the old man. Instead of hiding it, he might as well reveal it so that the other party would not suspect anything. After all, it was a treasure of the Asmodeans. Have you used these two things before? Yun Tianfeng's expression slowly calmed down as he urgently asked. Some time ago, when we were rushing back to Green Island, we were intercepted and killed by a powerful demon. We had no choice but to use the Heavenly Devil Staff. Seeing Yun Tianfeng's anxious look, Li Lingtian knew that something was amiss. As for the Holy Demon Ring and the Heaven's Wand, he was also curious about the outcome of using them. He didn't mind cultivating MO skills, but he disliked MO experts, so he never cultivated the Saint Demon Quintessence. When you used the Heaven's Magic Staff, did you have any adverse reactions? No, there is such a thing, but I don't know what's going on either, but when I use the Heaven's Magic Staff, it's as if it's at my fingertips. Don't you have any demonic energy on you? I didn't expect it either. When I got the Holy Demon Ring, it fused with my hand. Don't tell me you have a method to suppress the demonic chi and demonic techniques? The cultivation method I'm practicing can indeed suppress any attribute and fuse any attribute. I'm now at the peak of the 5 elements, and with the ice and fire martial spirits, I've formed a balance between heaven and earth. Naturally, nothing can shake my martial spirits. Moreover, I've mastered the eye of God's soul, so nothing can shake my soul. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone through voice transmission. He was relieved to see Yun Tianfeng's expression slowly calming down. At least he would not be harmed by the holy demon's quintessential understanding. Chapter 426, The Shock of the Divine Wind. Not bad. You've reached the 5 elements perfection. With your ice and fire martial spirits, you've formed the balance between heaven and earth. However, your cultivation method is really magical. You can actually fuse any attribute.
What?
You've achieved the eye of the divine soul? Yun Tianfeng's face was filled with satisfaction. When he looked at Li Lingtian, his gaze became somewhat unbearable, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. But when he finally reacted, he naturally knew what the eye of the soul represented. It was the most magical talent in the world. It could see through everything in the world that couldn't be seen by eyes and divine sense. It could also devour the divine sense of experts and improve the agility of one's thinking. With such a magical talent, who else could have a stronger soul consciousness and soul than him? Naturally, no soul or soul consciousness could shake him. Not bad that by chance, my soul consciousness was severely damaged and almost disappeared. I didn't expect that I would refine the God Soul would and achieve the eye of the God Soul. What luck do you think I have?
Sigh.
Li Lingtian smiled. After sending a voice transmission, he sighed and looked at Yun Tianfeng. Brat, you're going to piss me off. Yun Tianfeng was delighted to hear that. He was secretly envious of Li Lingtian's luck. However, he only obtained the eye of the divine soul when his life was in danger. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. However, Li Lingtian sighed at the end of his sentence. Yun Tianfeng nearly went berserk. With a wave of his hand, a strong gust of wind smashed toward Li Lingtian. Bang! If you get angry too much, you'll have to live a few years less. Li Lingtian ignored Yun Tianfeng. When the strong wind hit him, it was easily neutralized by the true dragon's body barrier. He naturally understood that Yun Tianfeng would not kill him. Even if he did, he could easily block Yun Tianfeng's attack without making a move. All the powerhouses looked at Yun Tianfeng's expression and then at Li Lingtian. They did not know what the two of them were talking about, but none of them dared to ask. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I've already given you the blueprint of the demon sealing god formation. You're from Green Island. Do you still want to just leave it be that I'm going back to the divine continent now? I don't care about the matters here anymore. I didn't expect someone to take over so quickly. It's really a relief. Yun Tianfeng had already disappeared from the Divine Cloud Palace when he finished speaking. His last voice was already 5 kilometers away. Old man, come back. You're throwing a hot potato to me. Are you still okay? You don't look like a martial saint. Li Lingtian looked at the half of the God-forbidding formation blueprint in his hand and nearly went berserk. This old man really left so quickly. What kind of thing was this to leave such a thing to him and run away? You control the myriad returning swords, so you have to pay attention to a person called Sword Prince. Oh right, if you can't do it, don't stay in Green Island. If they can't get the demon sealing god array blueprint, they won't be able to open the demon realm passageway. Staying alive is more important. Don't be a fool. This is my greeting gift to my grandson-in-law. A faint voice sounded in the sky. The final sound became blurry. It was obvious that he was already 100 miles away. This speed was really incomparably fast. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the sky rippled slightly. At the same time, Li Lingtian retreated rapidly. He circulated his true essence, and a frost flame appeared in his hand. With a push of his hand, the icy blaze shot out. When the icy blaze was 10 meters away from Li Lingtian, it was struck by a slight destructive force. A 3-inch-long flying knife was wrapped in the icy blaze. Old man, are you trying to kill me? Li Lingtian's expression finally calmed down, but he was shocked. Even if a warrior sage's cultivation base had fallen to a martial supreme, a casual attack from him would still be earth-shattering. If it wasn't for his strong senses, his shocking divine sense, and the long-term senses brought by the spatial banner, he wouldn't have known that a flying knife was heading toward him. He had seen the power of the flying knife. It could completely destroy the defense of an expert. It was almost invincible. He would not be a fool to use his defense to receive this flying knife. Moreover, the old man had just said not to be a fool. He would not understand the old man's meaning. If he really used defense, he would be treated as a fool. However, when he saw the flying knife, his face revealed a look of surprise. He did not expect the old man to really give him such a trump card treasure. After putting away the flying dagger, Li Lingtian calmed down and began to make arrangements for Green Island. With his current cultivation base, he was definitely the #1 existence in the Green Continent. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of demons in the Green Continent, he would not put them in his eyes. What he was worried about was that more powerful demons would come to the Serenity Plains. If that was the case, he would be completely dumbfounded and could only run away. Yun Tianfeng had said that he had to stay alive. He couldn't fight demons on a continent alone. If Yuzhou province was that easy to deal with, he wouldn't have stayed here until now. Even if we defeat the demons, we won't be able to cultivate anymore. I'm not a god. I'm fine with ordinary martial monarch realm experts, but I can only run away when facing the powerful demons. Therefore, I suggest that you make plans to retreat first. Although Yuzhou is powerful, the Devil Tribe will disappear one day. If you leave the Green Continent, I can take you with me. As for how confident you are to leave the Green Continent, that depends on luck. Li Lingtian spoke his mind directly. He would never allow anyone to oppose him. Once he made his decision, no one could change it. It was impossible for Green Island to recover from its current situation unless one reached the cultivation of a martial saint or above and directly reduced Green Island. With the martial saint suppressing the Green Province could still be stabilized. However, Yun Tianfeng told him that the demon venerable in Yuzhou province was only the 9th figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called 9 demon venerable. It seemed that there were at least 9 martial saints in Yuzhou province, and there might be more powerful demons. If it was before, he really wanted to take a look in Yuzhou province. However, he would never go there now. After Li Lingtian's words, all the powerhouses began to discuss among themselves. They understood Li Lingtian's intention and knew that it was impossible for them to stay in Green Island given the current situation. They had to leave the Green Continent. They wanted to leave the Green Continent too, but they were facing millions of demons, countless martial arts grandmasters, martial emperors, and martial supremes. Any martial emperor demon could kill them all. It was not that easy to leave Green Island. However, Li Lingtian's words moved them. It would be best if Li Lingtian could bring them out of Green Island. It's not that easy to leave the Azure Continent. There are too many experts in the Azure Continent. If you want to leave, you'll have to face countless experts. I can only open a path for you. Whether you can leave the Azure Continent or not is up to your own luck. 11. Also, the war god requires a large number of demon beast cores. The more powerful the war god is, the more chances you have of surviving. I'll give you guys an almost. I'll take 10,000 people from Sky Cloud Sect. The others will get 10,000 spots. The rest can only depend on their luck. I'll leave Green Island in 3 days. You guys can do whatever you want. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he left the Divine Cloud Palace with Huang Fuyan. The two of them left the Divine Cloud Palace slowly. After the two of them left, there was a sudden burst of discussion. They knew that the war god floating in the air could take away countless powerhouses. However, no matter how big the war god was, it couldn't possibly take away the powerhouses of Green Island. Furthermore, the war god was so huge that it would require an astronomical amount of energy. It would definitely require countless beast cores. Lingtian also said that Sky Cloud Sect has 10,000 slots, and you guys have 10,000 slots. Each slot will have a Tier 5 inner core. Otherwise, we can forget about leaving Azure Continent. Moreover, those who leave the Azure Continent must be outstanding disciples. Otherwise, the disciples who leave will be trash. It will be a waste to occupy a spot. We'll leave Green Island for the time being. We'll return when the time comes. When we're strong enough, we'll take Green Island back. Green Island is our territory. As Ling Mingho spoke, he was extremely excited. Li Lingtian's arrangement was obviously biased towards Sky Cloud Sect. Although Li Lingtian was a disciple of Sky Cloud Sect, with Li Lingtian's cultivation base, Sky Cloud Sect would only stare at him helplessly if he were to bother with them. Now that he had the chance to leave Green Continent, anyone would fight for this spot. As a member of Sky Cloud Sect and the closest person to Li Lingtian, he naturally had to arrange for a spot. There was another problem. On the War God, there was almost a 99% chance of leaving. If they weren't on the war god, they could only follow the war god and fight the demons. Hundreds of powerhouses were having a discussion in the Divine Cloud Palace while Li Lingtian and Huang Fuyuyan arrived at Sky Cloud Sect. Countless former disciples greeted Li Lingtian, but did not know how to address him. A few years ago, Li Lingtian was just a low-level warrior apprentice. However, he was now a powerhouse that the powerhouses of Green Province looked up to. They had all witnessed Li Lingtian's domineering strength. He had even killed a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor powerhouse in one hit. He was like a god of war who had descended to the mortal world. He felt that it was inappropriate to address Wu Zun as senior brother. How could a warrior spirit or warrior king dare to address Wu Zun as senior brother? If he were to address Lingtian as young noble, it would feel a little unfamiliar. Li Lingtian ignored the disciple and nodded occasionally. This was how the world was. The strong were respected, and he could not change this reality. This was a law of survival that no one could change. If he was a warrior spirit now, he would be like these disciples when he saw a martial honor. The two of them walked at a moderate pace, as if they were admiring the scenery. Huang Fuyuyan looked around with a blissful smile on her face. This was the place where Li Lingtian used to cultivate. At that time, Li Lingtian was still a low-level disciple who was bullied by others, but his movements were looked up to by others. This world was really ever-changing. In just a few years, this world had changed. Chapter 427, Retreat 1. Where do you plan to take the experts of Green Island? Huang Fuyuyan hugged Li Lingtian's arm with both hands as they walked forward slowly. Finally, she looked up at Li Lingtian and asked softly. With so many powerhouses, no matter where they went, they would attract the attention of others. It would be a problem then. As Li Lingtian's woman, she had a lot of considerations for him. Moreover, her knowledge and experience, as well as the things she had heard in the divine martial continent, were not something Li Lingtian could compare to. Naturally, Tang Qingyue and the rest could not compare to her. This did not mean that Tang Qingyue and the others did not love him as much as Huang Fuyuyan did. It was just that Huang Fuyuyan's identity was here, so she naturally encountered more things. She could understand Li Lingtian's feelings. However, if he were to bring so many powerhouses out of Green Province, he would not be able to hide from the powerhouses in Serenity Plains. If he were to go anywhere else, he would be suppressed by other forces. That's simple. As long as we bring them to the Azure Continent, we'll arrange for them to go to the Queen's Palace. The Queen's Palace's current power is already at its limit. If we can increase the number of experts, we'll be able to help the Queen's Palace a little. Although the Martial Sect, Martial Emperor, and Queen's Palace doesn't care, if there are thousands of experts, no matter which force it is, they will be happy. This is also for the Queen's Palace's sake. I've also arranged for the Azure Continent's experts to stay. This is killing two birds with one stone. I naturally won't let this opportunity slip by. As for the other cultivators, if they escape from Azure Continent, then let them be. After all, Azure Continent will know about the battle in Azure Continent. Li Lingtian smiled with confidence as he spoke calmly. He wrapped his arm around Huang Fuyuyan's slender waist. So you had already thought of the Queen's Palace. Huang Fuyuyan was overjoyed when she saw Li Lingtian's plan. Although she knew that Li Lingtian had many ideas and was a steady person who never did things he was not confident in, she did not expect him to consider the Queen's Palace. Her intention was to suggest that Li Lingtian consider the Queen's Palace. If he could improve the Queen's Palace's strength with his relationship with Shen Mei, it would be of great help to him in the future. Of course. Can't your man think of this? No, I should be your master. Ouch. Li Lingtian had a smirk on his face as he looked at Huang Fuyuyan and sized. Her up. After he finished speaking, Huang Fuyuyan's small hand twisted him fiercely, causing him to cry out. Women like to twist their soft flesh, and this was also the most convenient way for women to control men. Master? You're dreaming. Calling you young master is enough for you. You are my man, not my master. Huang Fuyuyan chuckled softly when she saw Li Lingtian's exaggerated expression. Her words were extremely alluring, and Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. You'll know tonight. Whether it's a man or a master, master and men should be the same. Li Lingtian's eyes flashed with an evil glint which stunned Huang Fuyuyan. She then understood something and her little face flushed red. The two of them returned to the Tianyu Peak after playing around. Since they were going to leave Green Island, they needed to rest for a while. During these 3 days, Li Lingtian was resting in his room. No one disturbed him, as there was a big battle 3 days later. He had to rest up to prevent any accidents from happening. Yi Feng, who was on the war god, received Li Lingtian's order and began to prepare the war god's power source and inner core. The war god was going to take away so many powerhouses. Furthermore, it was likely that there would be endless battles. Naturally, everything had to be prepared. Spiritual stones, demonic crystals, and demonic beast cores had to be continuously collected. In 2 days, Sky Cloud Sect and the other forces in Sky Dragon Empire had confirmed the quota. The 20,000 martial artists were either martial kings or highly talented disciples. After these people were taken away, they would have good achievements. Furthermore, countless mid- and upper-tier spirit stones had been collected. More importantly, the inner cores used by the war god had to be of the 5th rank and above in order to fight against the demons. This time, they collected a total of 20,000 Tier 5 monster beast inner cores, hundreds of Tier 6 monster cores, and even 10 Tier 7 monster cores. These monster cores were the treasures of some super experts. This time, in order to leave Green Island smoothly, he had no other choice but to take it out. 20,000 people gathered on Sky Cloud Sect. The rest of the powerhouses also started to get ready. Although they couldn't board the war god, they could still escape with the war god. With the war god's protection, their chances of escaping Green Island would be even greater. Father, mother, uncle, auntie, get ready. Follow Blue Moon and the others into the war god. Li Lingtian looked at his parents and Tang Qingyue's parents as he spoke. Seriously. They had all heard from Tang Qingyue and the others that the top 3 floors of the war god were the most powerful. Even a martial emperor powerhouse would not be able to move them. Although the war god could take away 100,000 elites at once, for safety reasons, they didn't dare to take too many of them. They didn't want to affect the war god's speed and defense. All right. Tian, be careful when the time comes. If you encounter any danger that you can't resist, take Blue Moon and the others away, and take good care of them. Qin Susu tugged at Li Lingtian's arm as she spoke with concern. Although her son had grown up, he would always be a part of her body. Her entire body and mind were on him. As she spoke, she looked at Tang Qingyue and the other girls. Here, Tang Qingyue, Tang Ziming, Shen Mei Huang Fuyuyan, Ji and Qingling all regarded her as their mother. These days, Qin Susu was very happy with these girls. She was naturally very happy that these peerless beauties were all her son's women. Mother, don't worry. I will bring you out of Green Island safely and find a peaceful place to live. Li Lingtian replied earnestly. He felt warm inside. He knew that he was not Qin Susu's son, but having a mother who cared for him made him feel warm and motherly. Besides, his soul was from his previous life, but his body was indeed given birth by Qin Susu. Moreover, his soul and this life were both 1/3 of his soul. The fusion of his soul was naturally Qin Susu's son. Mother believes that Tian has the ability. My Tian has grown up. Qin Susu smiled as she reached out and gently stroked Li Lingtian's head. However, she realized that Li Lingtian was much taller than her when he was standing next to him. Then the people on Sky Peak began to pack up and take away some important things. Soon, Li Lingtian led everyone to the war god and arranged for his family members to board the ship. This time, not only his parents, but also Tang Qingyue's parents, important figures of the Lan family and the Qin family, and a few genius disciples. All of a sudden, there were two people. To the war god, these two people were just a speck of dust in the world. Upon arriving at the war god, Li Lingtian arranged for the rest of the crew to sit on the top floor in the middle. The top floor was reserved for Li Lingtian and his wife. Naturally, no one else was allowed to enter. Even the middle level was beyond their imagination. On the war god, it was a paradise. The environment was beautiful and the spiritual energy was rich. The key was that this place was spacious and there was no danger at all. Of course, they didn't know that the war god had cost hundreds of billions of spirit stones to build. Even if someone used 1 trillion, he wouldn't sell it. This was his trump card. Naturally, he wouldn't use spirit stones to trade for it. After settling down his family, Li Lingtian instructed the powerhouses on the war god to protect these people. If anything were to happen, each person was to bring 2 people with them and escape. Naturally, he would protect his parents and Tang Zicheng and his wife. As long as there was danger, he would call them into the divine dragon ring. It would be much more convenient for them to escape alone. Following that, Li Lingtian had everyone board the war god. When these powerhouses saw how powerful the war god was, they were all shocked. From below, they could only feel the size of this silver monster. However, after coming to the war god, he realized how powerful the war god was. It had an invincible defense and a shocking might. The entire war god was like a huge mountain range. The war god was 200 miles in size, and there were more than 10 floors in total. A few people could share a room. However, as long as one was a martial king or above, there must be 5,000 people guarding the war god every day. They must use their true qi and true yuan to resist the attacks of the demons. In less than an hour, everyone had arrived on the war god. Yi Feng arranged everything and told them the requirements of the war god. He also ordered these martial artists to do something. After making all the necessary arrangements, he ordered the others to follow the war god and leave first. The war god was responsible for clearing the way. With the war god's speed, it wasn't something that low-level fighters could catch up to. If the war god shook them off, they would be doomed. Immediately, tens of thousands of warriors were like a flood. They followed Yi Feng's route. This was escaping for their lives. It was not an ordinary training. Everyone was trying their best to speed up. If they left the war god's protection range, they would be killed by the demons. After all the martial artists had left, the war god flew at a moderate speed. At this speed, it was like an ant crawling. However, it couldn't be helped. After all, there were too many martial artists in Sky Dragon Empire. It would be a pity to lose them. Unless there was no other way, Li Lingtian did not want to abandon these warriors. After all, he was a member of Sky Dragon Empire. He had no way to deal with the destruction of the empire, but he had to work hard to bring more warriors out of Green Continent. When he returned to Sky Dragon Empire one day, he would kill the demons and restore Sky Dragon Empire. This was not because he had any feelings for the Sky Dragon Empire. It was because he had come from his previous life and had a certain degree of feelings for his own country. He had brought the feelings of his previous life to this life. Chapter 428, Commander Yannan. The war between the Green Province and the Serenity Province had been going on. The entire Green Province was being slaughtered by the demons of the Serenity Province. However, a shocking piece of news spread out. The 500,000 demons who had attacked Sky Dragon Empire with all their might, as well as hundreds of Supreme Realm experts and dozens of Martial Monarch Realm experts, were actually swept away by a heaven-defying expert when they attacked Sky Cloud Sect. All of a sudden, All the experts in the Azure continent were shocked and saw a glimmer of hope. This was because countless experts knew that the true purpose of Yuzhou attacking Green Province was Sky Dragon Empire. If Sky Dragon Empire had experts, the demons would support Sky Dragon Empire with all their might. This way, they could reduce the pressure. Moreover, they might even have a chance to escape from Green Continent. After fighting for 1 or 2 years, the experts of Green Continent still did not know why Wu Zun and Martial Emperor of Yuzhou did not make a move. If Wu Zun and Martial Emperor made a move, 1 or 2 people could easily wipe out Green Continent. They were not in the mood to think about these questions. Right now, they were mainly thinking about how to hold on and wait for the opportunity to leave Green Island. According to reliable sources, the ones who defeated the Asmodeans were a young man and a transformed demonic beast. There was also an old man at the 7th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm from Sky Cloud sect. This young man was none other than young Master Ling Tian, who had been destroyed by the god's wrath a few years ago. No one had expected that young Master Ling Tian would return at such a critical moment and sweep through the devil race with his shocking cultivation and strength. Out of nearly 500,000 devil race members, only 100,000 managed to escape. No one would not be shocked by his strength. The ones who were even more shocked were the devil experts. A young man had actually lost hundreds of thousands of devil experts. Commander, Divine Wind has escaped. According to our sources, the blueprint of the demon forbidden god array has fallen into Li Lingtian's hands. Countless demons retreated from the other 3 empires and quickly rushed towards Sky Dragon Empire, forming a semi-encirclement around Sky Dragon Empire. A supreme realm demon came to the camp and bowed respectfully. There was a trace of fear on his face. They had already witnessed Li Lingtian's strength. If they continued to fight Li Lingtian, they would only be courting death. The 2 commanders, Ao Li and Ao Xiao, had been killed. Even if Divine Wind had escaped, the remaining Li Lingtian was no match for the other Martial Emperor powerhouses. The Asmodeans who escaped from the battle were terrified of Li Lingtian and did not want to come into contact with this human. Let's not bother about Divine Wind. We'll use all our strength to deal with Li Lingtian. We must obtain the Demon Sealing God Array blueprint. Otherwise, the Demon Lord will punish us when we return to Yuzhou. Is a mere human supreme realm expert really that terrifying? You guys are afraid of being beaten up and are deliberately exaggerating. When you go back, you can accept your punishment. I'll go, Commander Yan Nan said coldly. His entire body erupted with shocking demonic qi. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th heaven Martial Emperor realm and was only 1 step away from the 7th heaven. He was the commander in charge of the attack on Azure Continent this time. It should have been an easy matter to resolve. He did not expect that 2 6th-level Martial Emperors would be killed just like that. He also lost countless demon race powerhouses. If he allowed Li Lingtian to leave Green Island, he would definitely be punished by the Honor Demon when he returned. Grand Commander, Li Lingtian is leaving Azure Continent with his men, and he's heading toward the Endless Sea. He's probably heading to Azure Continent. Wu Zun's face trembled when he saw the fearless look on the commander's face. If this continued, they would still be the ones to die if they were to fight Li Lingtian. Perhaps the commander would not be defeated, but the other party's attack would definitely affect the demons below. Pass down my order. Everyone, stop Li Lingtian and seize the god-forbidding formation blueprint from him. Commander Yan Nan said loudly. Demonic qi erupted from his entire body, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. He didn't care about the warriors of Qingzhou at all. He kept killing the humans of Qingzhou and treated the true qi of the human warriors as a feast. Now that the other 2 of the same age had fallen, there was no one to compete with him for credit. It would be a great achievement for him to snatch the blueprint of the god-forbidding formation from Li Lingtian. If they let Li Lingtian go at this time, there would only be one outcome for them when they returned, and that was to be punished by the honor demon. According to reliable sources, young noble Ling Tian brought his men and left the Azure continent, and countless martial artists followed him. If we follow young noble Ling Tian, we should be much safer, right? This idea is indeed not bad. It's basically impossible for us to leave the Azure continent alone. Since young noble Ling Tian brought so many martial artists with him, he should have some confidence. However, it's risky. After all, the demons are mainly targeting Li Lingtian. If we follow Li Lingtian, we'll be the target of the most intense attacks and become the demons' target. That's right. We can wait until the war between the demons and Li Lingtian begins before we leave Green Island secretly. Although this is very dangerous, it's still much better than facing the strongest demon. If Li Lingtian really has a way to leave Green Island, we might stand a chance if we wait here. If Li Lingtian leaves Green Island, the internals will vent their anger on us. With their strength, any one of them can wipe out Green Island. The three great empires and the other forces were all caught up in the news of Li Lingtian leaving Green Island with his men. For a moment, they were all in a dilemma. She wanted to hitch a ride with Li Lingtian but was worried about the danger. Countless experts couldn't make a decision. Often, a decision would affect life and death. However, there were still countless human powerhouses hurrying towards Sky Dragon Empire. As long as they followed Sky Dragon Empire's warriors, Li Lingtian would not leave them alone. Father, let's wait here. When he passes by, we'll leave Green Island with him. In a hidden mountain range, a peerless, elegant, and noble woman had an anxious expression on her face. However, this anxiety did not affect her graceful and noble temperament at all. Instead, it made her even more beautiful and charming. Moreover, the gorgeous palace dress had a shocking cut. There was a red wound on her snow-white jade leg, and the edge of the wound had traces of black qi. Even the medicinal pills of martial artists could not stop the bleeding. Beside her, there were a few martial arts grandmasters. Opposite her was a middle-aged man. Not far away, an old man in his 50s also had an anxious expression on his face. This is the only way now. I hope he can pass through here before the demons arrive. The middle-aged man was not an ordinary person. He was a martial king and the emperor of Sky Dragon Empire, Nangong Haoming. In front of him was the eldest princess of Sky Dragon Empire, Nangong Mingyue. The high and mighty emperor, he finally understood that what emperor? In front of a powerful expert, he was not even an ant. The Sky Dragon Empire had fallen, and the members of the royal family had all been killed. They wanted to meet up with Sky Cloud Sect, but in the face of countless powerful demons, they had no chance to enter Sky Cloud Sect. He could only walk in the opposite direction of Sky Cloud Sect to avoid wave after wave of demon experts. There were originally hundreds of powerhouses, but now only 6 or 7 were left. They were aware of Li Lingtian's return to Sky Cloud Sect, but they were too weak to break in. Mingyue, don't use your true qi. You can sense Li Lingtian's position later. He has your heavenly phoenix blood on him, so only you can sense it. The old man was the martial royal realm expert, Qing Stix. He was also the guardian of the heavenly dragon royal palace. However, he was a weakling in the face of the endless devil race and the martial honors and martial emperors. Elder QJNG, don't worry. As long as he can enter within 10,000 miles of me, I will be able to sense him. I'm just worried that they won't pass by here. Nangong Mingyue's face turned red as Li Lingtian also had a drop of her celestial phoenix blood. It was her only drop of celestial phoenix blood. Although the two of them didn't have much interaction, this feeling made her shy. After all, the blood of the heavenly phoenix was the blood essence of a girl with the body of heavenly wind. It was more important than a girl's chastity. If you meet him, You have to change your temper. Don't always act like a princess. In front of a powerful expert, the weak in the world are all ants. He can sweep through the devil race alone. In the world, there are not many heaven-defying monsters like him. 5 years ago, he was just a martial apprentice. But 5 years later, he has become a powerful expert who looks down on the world. Although you are the princess of the Sky Dragon Imperial Palace and a proud son of heaven, you are still quite inferior to him. Girls can't become a man's vassal, and they shouldn't be too domineering. At certain times, they have to learn to be weak. Your mother is no longer around, and this is all I can say. Nangong Haoming saw the blush on Nangong Mingyue's face and knew what his precious daughter was thinking. These words should have been taught by her mother. However, the war had descended and her mother had fallen. As her father, he could only teach her at this time. Father, I understand. Nangong Mingyue's face turned red. She was embarrassed that she was seen through. In the past, she had always looked down on Li Lingtian. However, when she was ignored by Li Lingtian, her curiosity was piqued. She did not expect her curiosity to sink deeper and deeper. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but think about everything in the past. A faint smile appeared on her face.
Boom.
At this moment, an explosion sounded. More than 10 experts in the air mercilessly bombarded the shocking demonic chi. Be careful. Seeing the terrifying demonic aura crashing down, a martial arts grandmaster was shocked. He flashed and slapped Nangong Mingyue. Nangong Mingyue was thrown into the air and a destructive demonic aura hit the martial arts grandmaster. Without any resistance, her entire body was corroded by the demonic aura, and she no longer had any life force. Elder Qing, take His Majesty and the princess away. We'll hold them back. After the few martial arts grandmasters finished speaking, their bodies flashed and they flew into the sky. Immediately, destructive attacks collided. The attacks of the martial arts grandmasters were also earth-shattering. More than 10 Asmodeans were all martial arts grandmasters, and there was even a martial royal realm expert. Facing the entanglement of several martial arts grandmasters, the dozen Asmodeans completely ignored them and attacked Elder Qing on the ground. In an instant, a huge battle broke out once again. Shocking attacks shot into the sky. 6 or 7 martial arts grandmasters were killed in a short while, leaving only Nangong Haoming, Nangong Mingyue, and Elder Qing. Chapter 429. Meeting an Old Friend.
Boom. Boom.
The sound of space trembling was produced by the battle between experts. Li Lingtian, Huang Fuyuyan, and the others stood on the war god and looked at the faint demonic qi that filled the sky. Although they looked calm, they were not in a good mood. Originally, although Green Island wasn't very good, it was still his hometown. Now it had become like a demon domain. Anyone would be unhappy about such a thing. He finally understood what it meant to have a country destroyed and his family destroyed. In his previous life, although his own country was suppressed by some trash empires, it was not to the point of destruction. However, in this life, he had suffered the destruction of his country and family, and he was helpless. He thought to himself that when he became stronger, he would definitely sweep away the demons and rebuild the Sky Dragon Empire. He would make the entire divine martial continent tremble before the Sky Dragon Empire. Seeing Li Lingtian's expression, the girls knew that he was in a bad mood. As his woman, she naturally knew what she should and should not do. The girls could only stand by Li Lingtian's side and watch everything unfold in silence. At this moment, there was a series of explosions. It was the sound of experts fighting. Li Lingtian scanned the area with his divine perception, and his expression changed a few times before a faint smile appeared on his face. Lingtian, what did you see? Tang Qingyue's mood improved when she saw Li Lingtian smile. She did not know what had made him feel better. After asking, the other girls looked at Li Lingtian curiously. I met an old friend, Li Lingtian replied with a smile before sending a voice transmission to Yifeng. She should be a peerless beauty. Looks like she's going to give us another sister. When Huang Fuyuyan saw Li Lingtian's expression, she reached out and pinched his waist. With a sly smile on her face, she gave the other girls a look. Yeah, she should be a peerless beauty. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so happy. Big brother, are you going to give Ji another sister? Big brother Ling Tian, the old friend you mentioned, do we know each other? Let me think, since I met a beautiful old friend in Sky Dragon Empire, who should it be? I know, it can't be the eldest princess, right? The girls started laughing. They were not jealous, but they were joking at this time to change Li Lingtian's mood and distract him from the matters in Green Island. That's right. Qinghua is right. It's Nangong Mingyue, her father, and Elder Qing. It's just that their situation is not good. Li Lingtian smiled. He did not have any opinion of Nangong Mingyue. In the past, he was even disgusted by her. However, after she gave him the heavenly phoenix blood, his dislike for Nangong Mingyue lessened significantly. He also understood the habits that Nangong Minjiao had developed in the palace. After understanding, he no longer treated Nangong Mingyue as he did before. Moreover, now that his cultivation and strength had increased, his state of mind had also increased. Many things in the past seemed childish now. He naturally wouldn't argue with Nangong Mingyue. When a girl gave the blood of the heavenly phoenix to a man, there would be a trace of gratitude and affection in it. It was like they were connected by blood. Elder Qing, how are you? A destructive demonic chi hit Qing's sticks. Qing's sticks could dodge it, but if he did, the two people behind him would be killed. He could only take the blow head-on and spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Nangong Mingyue looked worried when she saw Elder Qing injured. Boom! Just as more than 10 demons flew down, an explosion sounded. A light shadow appeared and directly bombarded a martial arts grandmaster. The light shadow hit the martial arts grandmaster's demon, and a stream of demonic chi soared into the sky. The martial arts grandmaster's demon turned into ashes. Rumble, rumble, boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, more than 10 demons were turned into ashes, including the demons of Force Emperor. Qing Sticks, Nangong Mingyue, and Nangong Haoming were all stunned by this scene. The powerful demon race was actually killed in an instant. They couldn't help but look up at the sky. They saw a huge silver monster drifting in the air. It was originally 100 miles away, but in an instant, it had arrived above. The huge silver monster instantly blocked the entire sky. War God. Qing Sticks looked at this huge silver monster and immediately thought of the War God. The War God that was rumored to be this huge was like this. Other than the War God, there was nothing else that was this huge. Moreover, only the rumored War God could display such power. Elder Qing, we meet again. A calm voice rang out. The voice was calm and familiar, but it carried an inviolable dignity, like the tone of a superior. Young noble Ling Tian. Qing Sticks shouted loudly. His voice sounded like he was testing the waters. He was not sure if it was Li Lingtian, as he was still not used to it. The junior from before had become a powerhouse whom he looked up to in just a few years. Naturally, he could not adapt to it. Eldest princess, you're getting prettier and prettier. Come up, it's dangerous down there. Li Lingtian did not answer Elder Qing but shouted at Nangong Minjiao instead. He was not putting on airs, but it was a habit. It was a rule in the divine martial continent that the strong were respected. Nangong Mingyue's face turned red, and her heart began to beat faster. Qing Sticks cast a light shield and brought Nangong Mingyue and her daughter to the War God. After they arrived on the War God, they still needed to fly for a few breaths before they reached the top of the War God. Li Lingtian opened the restriction and let Nangong Mingyue and the other two in. He maintained a faint smile on his face. "Greetings, young noble Ling Tian." The three of them bowed respectfully. Now they were no longer emperors. Even if they were emperors, they could only bow in front of Li Lingtian. "Forget it. Since we've met, it can be considered fate." Li Lingtian waved his hand to signal for the three of them to take their seats. As the host, he would not be rude. "Elder Qing is injured. Go and heal yourself. I'll take care of the matters outside." As Li Lingtian spoke, he gestured for Xiao Xiao to bring Qing sticks to the middle floor. Qing sticks cupped his fists and bowed before leaving. He could not wait to leave as it was too oppressive in front of Li Lingtian. Even though Li Lingtian did not do anything to him, Qing sticks was a weakling in front of Li Lingtian, and he was not used to it. "Your Royal Highness, why are you here?" Li Lingtian shifted his gaze to Nangong Mingyue with a faint smile in his eyes. Nangong Mingyue had become more and more beautiful after a few years. She used to be the #1 beauty in Sky Dragon Empire, but she was even more charming now. Furthermore, there was a hint of anxiety on her face. There was also a tinge of tenderness after she was frightened. This piqued Li Lingtian's interest in Nangong Mingyue. At least, he didn't feel disgusted, and he wasn't as resistant as before. "The demons are invading. We want to leave Green Island. There are demons everywhere. We have been chased by the demons." Nangong Mingyue did not go against Li Lingtian. Instead, she briefly explained how they were being hunted by the Asmodeans. Nangong Haoming added on from the side. He felt a tinge of fear toward Li Lingtian. Although Li Lingtian was from Sky Dragon Empire, he had previously taken over Li Xuefeng's authority. Furthermore, a powerhouse like Li Lingtian was not easy to talk to. Hence, Nangong Haoming had become much more careful when he spoke. "His Majesty must be tired. Xiao Xiao, bring His Majesty to rest. I see that the princess' injuries are not light. If you don't think I'm rude to you, I can help you expel the demonic qi." After a long time, Li Lingtian noticed that Nangong Haoming was also feeling uneasy, so he called out to Li Xiao Xiao. However, when he saw the injury on Nangong Mingyue's foot, he frowned. If it was any other injury, any martial artist could treat it by themselves. However, the injury on Nangong Mingyue's foot contained demonic qi. This was not something that ordinary people could treat. Yes, watching Li Xiao Xiao leave with Nangong Haoming, Nangong Mingyue timidly acknowledged him. She then looked at Li Lingtian. He was completely like a little girl and no longer had the aura of a princess. "Eldest princess, you shouldn't be like this. I'm really not used to it." Li Lingtian smiled. Although he was somewhat against the eldest princess in the past, he would rather see the old Nangong Mingyue now that she was like this. "You just want to take advantage of me." Nangong Mingyue burst into laughter when she saw Li Lingtian's expression. This Li Lingtian was still the same as before. However, Li Lingtian's cultivation was too high and the distance between them was too great. Naturally, she felt inferior. Now that Li Lingtian had put it that way, he was more relaxed. Li Lingtian did not expect Nangong Mingyue to say something like that. Her every frown and smile was indeed intoxicating. In the past, when she was in Sky Cloud sect, she was still like a toad lusting after swan meat. "Let's go. Do you need me to help you?" Li Lingtian could only remain speechless and did not bother to explain. If he did, it would only make the misunderstanding worse. After saying that, he walked straight ahead. Although this place was a restricted area of the war god and no outsiders came, it was indeed inconvenient for Tang Qingyue and the others to be here. After all, Nangong Mingyue wasn't Tang Qingyue and the others. He was already familiar with Tang Qingyue and the others, but Nangong Mingyue was just an outsider.
Aya.
Just as Li Lingtian turned around and walked forward, Nangong Mingyue's voice was heard from behind him. Her voice was laced with pain, and it was obvious that she was not faking it. Turning around, Nangong Mingyue's face was covered in sweat. When she was down there, she was on the verge of death, so she didn't care about her injuries. However, now that she was safe, she relaxed, and the pain in her feet became more sensitive. Chapter 430. Should I open it? What's wrong? Li Lingtian looked at Nangong Mingyue before shifting his gaze to her. Finally, it fell on the hem of the dress. There was a long cut, red blood, and a faint black demonic qi. It hurts so much. Nangong Mingyue blushed when she saw Li Lingtian looking at her. She was a warrior, but she was very conservative. It was embarrassing for a man like Li Lingtian to look at her. However, the pain in his leg was unbearable, so he could only say it. This was not an act. It was a girl's natural personality. She would be very weak at this time. Qingling, help the princess up. Li Lingtian called out to Qingling, who was beside him. Whenever there were people around, Li Lingtian would bring Xiao Xiao and Qingling along. After all, the two ladies were his handmaidens, and it was more convenient this way. After saying that, he didn't say anything else and walked straight into a room. Qingling supported Nangong Mingyue as she followed Li Lingtian. Although she did not know Nangong Mingyue's identity, she could tell that their relationship was not as simple as it seemed from her young master's attitude toward her. As Nangong Mingyue walked, she sized up the war god. The war god had a radius of 200 miles. It was so huge that it gave people a visual impact. She didn't expect such a huge thing to appear in this world. This place was like a paradise. Cultivating here was simply a form of enjoyment. Moreover, the war god was flying at high speed. The countless arrays outside blocked the wind. She had never thought that the youth she had looked down on in the past would actually have such intelligence and create such a killing weapon. It would be great if he could cultivate on it all the time. The spiritual qi was dense, and the environment was beautiful. It did not feel like it was on the spaceship at all. Soon they arrived at a room. Rather than calling it a room, it was more like a palace. There were 6 or 7 rooms in the room, and they were all spacious and bright. There was a practice room and a place to rest and sleep. It could be said that there was everything inside. Qingling helped Nangong Mingyue to sit on the bed before turning to Li Lingtian. Qingling, help the princess open that place. Li Lingtian pointed at Nangong Mingyue's snow-white legs. Her fair and round legs were smooth and smooth. The glaring wound did not spoil the scenery at all. Instead, it made her look even more stunning and sorrowful. He was a man after all. He naturally wouldn't care about Tang Qingyue, Huang Fuyuyan, and the others, but he had to worry about Nangong Mingyue now. Should I open it? When Nangong Mingyue heard that Li Lingtian wanted Qingling to remove her skirt, she realized that she was exposing her legs. Furthermore, she had to expose them in front of Li Lingtian. This was too difficult. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Moreover, she had to expose her leg. The wound on her thigh was on her knee. This was also for a man to see. Her heart pounded nonstop. Of course. How else could I treat you? Li Lingtian did not expect the eldest princess to act like a little girl. Li Lingtian did not harbor any ill intentions. Instead, he focused on absorbing the demonic qi with his true essence and ice flame. If he was not careful, he would leave a wound on the spot. After a moment, the demonic qi on the wound was sucked away and stopped. However, he accidentally touched it. At first, it was to heal his injuries, but now it was not healing. This was not frivolous. However, it felt extremely good to the touch. The smooth and tender feeling made people reluctant to leave. The ice soul martial spirit was activated, and his mind came back to reality. He quickly took his hand away, and his face revealed a burst of embarrassment. Nangong Mingyue opened her eyes at the same time. When she saw Li Lingtian's awkward expression, she felt even more embarrassed. She knew that Li Lingtian had just touched her after he was healed. Moreover, it was the kind of touch that teased her. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so awkward. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely ambiguous. Even if Qingling was here, she was completely ignored. Cough, Qingling, go and find a set of clothes for the eldest princess. The eldest princess will stay here.
A.
Li Lingtian coughed to hide his awkwardness. He then turned around and walked out of the room. If he did not leave soon, the two of them would feel even more awkward. After leaving the room, Li Lingtian let out a long sigh. It was better to have a battle with the martial emperor powerhouse than to have such a feeling. Even when he was facing a martial emperor powerhouse, he did not feel so embarrassed, and his heart trembled. He did not expect this girl's beautiful legs to make him tremble. After returning to his place, he sat down and cultivated. It took him a long time to calm down. The war god continued to fly. He was resting on the war god, but the powerhouses on the war god were already prepared for a big battle. It would be best if they didn't encounter any demons. If they did, they would kill their way out. Boom! With a shocking explosion, a shocking demonic chi rose into the sky. 100 miles away, a black mass of demon experts was floating in the air. The demon formations were emitting a destructive aura. Hundreds of thousands of demons, as well as hundreds of Supreme Realm and Martial Monarch Realm experts, the entire lineup was shocking. On the war god, the hearts of countless fighters were trembling. Only the powerhouses on the war god were calm. They knew the power of the war god. Only a martial emperor could shake the war god. Moreover, the war god's attack could even threaten a martial emperor, a martial supreme, or a martial emperor. Not to mention the martial monarch realm. As long as it was a powerhouse below the martial monarch realm, it would bring about destruction when hit by the war god's attack. The war god didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Instead, it sped up and headed straight for the hundreds of thousands of demons. Kill, kill. One of the martial emperor powerhouses roared, and then hundreds of thousands of demons attacked the war god. Looking at the endless demonic attacks, the Sky Dragon Empire's powerhouses were all terrified. Even a martial saint would be killed by such an attack. Could the war god withstand it? However, what happened next shocked the experts of Sky Dragon Empire. Countless waves of demonic energy came pressing down on the war god. However, they were all blocked by the war god. The war god didn't even tremble. Kill them, Yi Feng shouted. He waved his hand, and immediately, the war god roared. 16 silver pillars appeared, and they continuously exchanged blows. Each light shadow carried a destructive aura. Rumble that rumble that rumble. Instantly, the devils were destroyed in large swaths. With every attack, thousands of devils would disappear. It was complete destruction. Even if it was a martial honor demon, after being locked onto by the war god's attack, it would still be killed in one strike. The light projection cast by the pillar in the middle was locked onto a martial emperor powerhouse. If the martial emperor powerhouse was hit, he would disappear into thin air. Seeing the power of the war god, the powerhouses of Sky Dragon Empire were all shocked. They never thought that the war god would have such power. It was tens of thousands of times more powerful than the Heavenly Cloud Battleship. The Heavenly Cloud Battleship could affect martial grandmasters and martial emperors, but the war god killed martial supremes and martial emperors. However, what they did not know was that the war god was using the inner core of a 5th or 6th rank demonic beast. In the middle, it was using the inner core of a 7th rank demonic beast. A 7th rank demonic beast inner core, coupled with the power of the array and the demonic crystal, could naturally kill a martial emperor. The Sky Dragon Empire warriors behind the war god looked at the demons in fear. However, they felt a glimmer of hope after discovering the war god's power. Li Lingtian walked out with a calm expression on his face. There was not the slightest change in his expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Before he came out, the other girls, including Nangong Mingyue, had all arrived outside the war god, looking at the endless demons. The human powerhouses were naturally wary of the demons. Only the people around Li Lingtian did not put them in their eyes because they were nothing to fear in front of Li Lingtian. Indeed, Li Lingtian was not afraid of these demons. If he were to leave, he could easily leave on the war god. However, there were still tens of thousands of martial artists behind the war god. They were all from Sky Dragon Empire. Are you in a difficult position? When Huang Fuyuyan saw Li Lingtian coming out, she went forward to hold his arm. She looked at the distant Asmodeans and asked softly as she looked up at Li Lingtian. That's right. As long as the demon race doesn't send any experts, I can easily pass through. However, the tens of thousands of warriors behind me will definitely survive. I want to take them all away. I don't want to leave any behind. Li Lingtian nodded. Although the girls around him did not have high cultivation levels, they understood his personality and knew what he was thinking. At the very least, she could guess Li Lingtian's thoughts during a big event. As for the final decision, it was impossible to guess. Chapter 431, Charge 1. Actually, as long as we try our best to help them fight for it, it will depend on their luck if they can escape in the end. Huang Fuyuyan looked at Li Lingtian seriously. She knew that Li Lingtian was in a difficult position regarding this matter. If it were any other time, he would not hesitate to leave on the war god. With the current strength of the demons, they really couldn't withstand the war god's attack. If the war god wanted to escape, it would be easy for them to charge over. However, half of the lives of the tens of thousands of Sky Dragon Empire martial artists behind him were in his hands. If the war god wanted to stop and fight with these demons, it would have to take a huge risk. Moreover, it was a risk that could not be destroyed. If they left, the martial artists behind would not be destroyed. All she could do now was to enlighten the rest of the warriors by the side. This way, Li Lingtian would feel better if he gave up on the rest of the warriors. How about this? I'll ask them for their opinions this time. Li Lingtian nodded. How could he not understand Huang Fuyuyan's intention? After a moment of silence, he voiced his thoughts. The warriors behind him were all from Sky Dragon Empire. On the war god, there were also 20,000 elite disciples and powerhouses from Sky Dragon Empire. Compared to the fighters behind them, the people on the war god were more important. Since they were all from Sky Dragon Empire, and the martial artists behind them were also their disciples, they had to give their opinions. He wasn't afraid of being a villain, but he had to make sure his heart was at ease. Lingtian's idea is not bad. Tang Qingyue agreed with Li Lingtian's idea. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others headed to the lower level of the war god. At this time, the 20,000 people on the war god had already gathered on the deck outside the war god, waiting to attack the war god at any time. The war god also continued to bombard the sky. The destructive light shadows were like nuclear bombs. Every attack killed thousands of demons. Even martial emperors and martial honors did not dare to approach. Now, I'll give you a chance to make a decision. It's easy for the war god to leave this place now. But if the demons arrive later, the war god might not be able to leave this place. If we leave this place now, the tens of thousands of disciples behind us will be safe. Do you choose to leave or take the risk? All the powerhouses and elites bowed respectfully at Li Lingtian's appearance. Li Lingtian explained the current situation at a moderate pace as he looked at all the powerhouses. What should we do? If we leave now, all the martial artists behind will die. These are Sky Dragon Empire's disciples. But if we don't leave, we will all stay here forever. No one can bear to part with the tens of thousands of disciples behind us, but if we want to take them away, we have to take the risk of being wiped out. The war god has 20,000 elites and powerhouses on it, and there are more than 100,000 behind it. If we calculate, the ones on the war god are stronger than the disciples behind it. I'm not being selfish. There are over 1,000 of my Medicine Valley disciples and family members behind me. There are less than 50 Medicine Valley disciples on the war god. Of course, I don't want to give up on my family. However, I still suggest that we leave this place. That's right. Moreover, all of young noble Ling Tian's relatives are on the war god. If we leave Green Island, we'll be able to conquer Green Island when we become stronger. I suggest we leave first. Otherwise, when the demon experts come, we will all die here. I also suggest leaving. For a moment, the entire war god was in a heated discussion. After weighing the pros and cons, most of the champions suggested leaving. Although many of them had selfish motives, this was normal. Moreover, in the current situation, they were not allowed to stay. If they stayed, they would have to suffer the 1,000 rejuvenation and the destruction of the entire army. In the end, more than half of the people agreed to leave first. After all, this would preserve the greatest strength. Li Lingtian looked at the warriors below with a calm expression as he calculated in his heart. How about this? We'll kill our way out and let the people behind us pass first. We'll run for our lives. Our war god is the true target of the demons, so they'll have more chances. From now on, attack with all your might and kill your way through. Li Lingtian was silent for a moment before a resolute look appeared on his face. He was the infernal race's target. All he needed to do now was to carve out a bloody path and let the warriors behind him escape first. He would then use the war god to lure the infernal race away. If they escaped in another direction, the Sky Dragon Empire's martial artists would have a better chance of survival. His war god wouldn't stop there either. If he encountered any danger, he could leave without any worries. Young noble Ling Tian, good idea. Young noble Ling Tian is thinking for the sake of Sky Dragon Empire's martial artists. Everyone will remember this. All right, we'll cooperate with the war god to kill our way out. Follow young noble Ling Tian and kill our way out. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, countless powerhouses who suggested leaving felt ashamed. Be it in terms of strength, cultivation base, or charisma, they were worlds apart from Li Lingtian. They could not even be compared. Following that, Li Lingtian spoke loudly to the warriors behind him and revealed his plan. All the warriors understood Li Lingtian's intentions. It was already a miracle that Li Lingtian was still considerate of them under such circumstances. If they were in Li Lingtian's shoes, they would not hesitate to abandon them. Moreover, at this time, it was all up to heaven's will. Life and death depended on one's luck and strength. Kill, rumble, boom. Boom, boom.
Boom.
Yi Feng shouted. The war god moved even faster. 16 shadows shot out. The inner cores he used were all grade 6 existences. Each attack could even kill a revered martial artist. The war god was like a killing machine, killing the demons at high speed. The 20,000 warriors on the war god also launched their strongest attacks. Defense was not directed at the outside, so attacks from the outside could not enter, but attacks from the inside could be blasted out. In an instant, there were shocking cries of killing as thousands of demons fell. Seeing such a commotion, the martial arts grandmasters, martial emperors, and even martial supremes of the demon race could only dodge. You guys charge straight ahead. Long Da and I will protect you from both sides. Long Da, don't linger in the battle. Follow the war god and attack from both sides. Let the fighters behind you feel less pressure. Li Lingtian shouted at the powerhouse on the war god. After that, Long Da moved to the left of the war god while Li Lingtian moved to the right. The two of them left the war god. They transformed into a flying dragon with a huge tail and swept the area with one strike. Li Lingtian hovered in the air as a shocking sword will burst forth from his body. He extended his hand, and the heavenly fault sword appeared. Thousands of swords floated in the air, and instantly, a world of swords appeared within a radius of 1,000 meters. With one on the left and one on the right, plus the wargod's attack range, the depth of the attack had reached nearly 10 miles. When the warriors behind saw Li Lingtian and his pet coming out, they were extremely grateful for the gesture. It was obvious that Li Lingtian wanted to give them more opportunities and reduce the pressure on them. Kill, kill, killed, kill, kill, kill. Li Lingtian shouted in the air. He was like a god of war descending. The shocking sword array was accompanied by destructive sword aura and sword ray. Wherever the sword array passed, not a single Asmodean was left behind. All of them vanished into thin air. Charge! Yi Feng, who was on the war god, shouted as he accelerated the wargod's attack. The war god, Longda, and Li Lingtian were like 3 killing machines that swept away the demons. The tens of thousands of martial artists behind did not have the slightest chance to make a move. They ran with all their might and followed behind. Right now, it all depended on the speed of the martial artist. As long as they followed the war god, they would be able to break out of the demon's encirclement. If they fell down, they would be safe. Rumbled, rumble. The earth collapsed and the space shattered. Between heaven and earth, demonic qi, killing weapons, and shocking destructive qi constantly stirred the sky. On the war god, the Tang family, Qin family, Lan family, and Li Lingtian's relatives were all shocked by Li Lingtian's sword formation. None of the demon race powerhouses dared to resist this sword formation. Even martial emperor powerhouses would vanish into thin air when they were struck by the sword formation. This sword formation was like a killing weapon that could devour life. Li Lingtian's body hovered in the air as he flew forward at high speed. He cast a series of magic arts and controlled over 10,000 swords. 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles. Finally, the war god penetrated the demon's defenses and arrived at the edge of the demon's encirclement. I'll give you another 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, you can escape as much as you can. Li Lingtian hovered in the air as his sword formation spun and killed all the Asmodeans in front of him. He then looked at the warriors behind him and spoke loudly. It was already very dangerous now because more than 100,000 low-level demons had been killed. However, not many of the true martial honored and martial emperor demons had been killed. The remaining demons were all extremely powerful existences. If they did not leave now, they would never be able to leave. However, things had already come to this point. Naturally, he would not let all his previous efforts go to waste. At the last moment, he would also give it a try. Even if he was destroyed, he did not do anything that would end well. Kill Li Lingtian, all of you. 11. Among the internals, a peak 6th firmament martial emperor powerhouse shouted. Instantly, countless infernal powerhouses shifted their attention to Li Lingtian. Boom.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The endless Asmodeans bombarded the sword array, causing it to tremble. There were traces of blood at the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth. However, there was no fear on his face. He cast spells one after another to stabilize the sword array. At this time, he could only use the sword array. If he withdrew the sword array, the martial artists behind would all die here. Moreover, the sword formation was indeed the most powerful attack at this time. The sword formation was the most powerful skill for group attacks. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood as the sword formation was shattered. Thousands of sharp swords transformed into a light shadow and came to Li Lingtian's side. Li Lingtian grabbed with one hand, and a ball of light formed before returning to his body. At the same time, his body was also struck by more than 10 destructive attacks, and his body was thrown out. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.